Yeah, I know. Slow on the uptick there. What do you want? I'm high and drunk and all this. Hey guys.
Sup?
James,
Hey,
James, thanks for stopping by, man. In the chat, James. What's been on the agenda, fellas? Hello.
Not too much on my part. Just finishing up those books and getting everything finalized. I don't have too much left to go on getting Indie Rock Cabin out there.
I've just been working and writing as usual. I took a couple workshops this past week.
Yeah, hang on. I'll be right with you guys.
So what all you been up to, Gregor, reading wise? I mean, not Gregor. Ben.
That's a first order of business. Gregor is no longer with us. He was kidnapped by a group of occultist Antifa who sacrificed him to Satan, and now he's gone. So F's in the chat for Gregor.
Yeah, he'll be missed, but the Antifa, they freaking got him.
Yep. Gonna be missed. Somebody got his goat. I finished Allison by Jeff Strand. That'd be a good place to start, Frank. I was on Frank's Bazong earlier. Look for that, I think, next weekend, next Sunday or Monday. And we had a good discussion full of juicy tidbits, things that I've never talked about before, actually. And you'll have to tune into the show to hear what that was. I even talked about you guys.
What about if you tell him how much you love it?
No. I'm not going to tell you. You got to tune in and listen.
You don't really tune into a podcast.
You think I was going to give it away? I mean,
yeah.
Well, no.
Yeah, I'm sure people aren't going to. People who already weren't happy with Frank are going to be even more mad.
But I did get to plug a bunch of books, so there is that plus. And Indie Rock Cabin was one of those books I plugged. Zach's upcoming one. He's actually got two coming up. I've read them both now. One I love, and one I really soured on towards the end. So, Indie Rock Cabin. When do you actually publish that one, Zach?
Because I made the Goodreads thing, I said August the 1st, but more than likely I'll have it out before then. It just depends on if I get the paperback formatting and stuff, like, pick up the hang of that quickly, and how quick I get it edited, and hopefully I should be getting a pretty good blurb if the person reading it likes it. So I'll wait on him to see. I'll definitely wait on his blurb before releasing it. But
okay,
if I don't get that coming in, then I'll just release it whenever, because there's not like there's that much more to do, because the more I edit it, the more I realize I did pretty good just writing it without mistakes. So
Dinosaurs and Potted Plants is coming up in July.
Yeah, that one's SC from Nihilism Revised said July 1st. It might be before that, but that's so far July 1st.
Right. So Frank's saying people are unhappy with me. No, it's not people who are upset with you. It's more like pig rats in human suits. That's who's not happy with you.
Muppets. Smurfs.
Yeah, I like that.
Fraggles. That's what I do now. That's my new go-to ad hom. Is anytime there's someone I dislike who's trying to get to me, I refer to them. I minimize them and dehumanize them into an ad hom such as Muppet, Fraggle, Smurf. All these little people things.
Hey, here's a really terrible pickup line. Hey, babe, go down to my Fraggle cock.
Hey, speaking of Smurf, there's a freaking Irish Smurf, or at least a Smurf with a very Irish name, going after Curtis Lawson, which is pretty pathetic.
What is it?
Freaking Jeff O'Brien is just screenshotting Curtis Lawson and
oh no, Attack of the Frog Pondians.
Call him an alt-rider.
Attack of the Frog Pondians. Oh no.
Yeah, and all Curtis said was, it's kind of lame that there are some writers trying to be hall monitors, and Jeffy Jeff is just like, oh, but you're all right. You're fascist, racist. Da, 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 da. It's fucking retarded.
And my answer to that is, hey, I wouldn't want to disappoint you by being anything else if you're going to push that label on me.
Yeah, and some shithead in the comment section talking like, hey, we should try to go debate Curtis in person, not like obvious threats and shit like that.
Yeah. Unreal. Well, they're never gonna change my mind. So let's see. So Zach, Indie Rock Cabin. We talked recently about the problems I had with it, but I really liked the vibe it set, and the changes you made, weren't like totally vibing off what I recommended, but you were open to changing some things, and that's not to say I was an editor of any sort, but I
didn't really change things as much as I did just
expand.
Expand on.
But I think it earned the 5 stars. But Dinosaurs and Potted Plants, it was a 3-star book. Every time it felt like it was going somewhere, it was just too sedentary for a book that with a name like that. It promised more than it delivered, and I don't know that you ever actually talked about what people in the Beachwater were running from, and I just felt like there should have been more action, and it was more sedentary. I think you need to get out of that habit of making characters sedentary and just kind of chilling, and put them in some sort of action, like actual action. Whether it's I don't even know, but I think they need to make more active choices in the future to be fully appreciated characters.
Yeah. I'm one of those literary vibers. That's what I refer to myself as. Now, Ben enjoyed Dinosaurs and Potted Plants. I think he said that was his favorite of mine.
Okay, Ben, tell me why.
Well, I haven't read Indie Rock Cabin yet. I do have a copy of it, so maybe that's better. But yeah, I do think it was his best. I think it had the best vibe in it. I liked the characters. They were endearing and felt, true to life. I guess my only real complaint with it was I think the supernatural stuff with the teacher should have been introduced a little bit sooner.
Yeah,
and I should have gone back and forth between that.
I'll just say before you continue on, Ben, Zach, you got a horrible timing with the flow of the books. Things should become more apparent sooner, and it should actually make them run or get like physically active in changing whatever course the story is taking them.
Yeah, I guess that's where I'm not saying your criticism isn't valid, because it is, like, it's your thought on it, but I'm like, when I approach these things, especially if I have these kind of like supernatural aspects thrown in there, I'm still approaching it from that more magical realist standpoint, where I'm writing, like, I guess I would say a literary novel that's just about the characters. Like, there's not something going on, like what's inside their head and how they're coping with the world. Kind of all I'm focused on.
But there can still be action. There can still be action, though. That's not an excuse for having, like, inactive, lethargic characters.
I wouldn't really call them lethargic. I would just say that a lot of action doesn't really interest me. And the stuff that happens kind of affects them on a more less actiony plane and more mental and literal spiritual plane, which is pretty much what I was getting to in Indie Rock Cabin. And I think, judging from your 5 stars, I think I pulled it off in that one. But
for the most part, yeah. But there were still some flaws with it. It's just I liked it enough. It was that southern kind of quiet that I really liked. It had a real like down home, hospitable southern vibe, and in a way, I think maybe only people from the South could fully appreciate Indie Rock Cabin by the end of it. I don't know, but
yeah, it's one that I'm thinking a lot of people won't. Not necessarily because of the southern aspect, but because it's way more kind of like the same as in Dinosaurs and Potted Plants. It's about like these specific events, like really affecting the character, like on like a character study basis.
Mm.
I guess it's just kind of like where I am as a writer right now. I'm way more into realism.
Well,
who is why and why are they saying hi?
I don't know, but thank you for
in the
watching,
chat.
whoever you are. Okay, that's not an excuse, though. The whole, well, you're more interested in what's going on in their minds. Still, though, in any world, in any book, even if it's mostly psychological or mental, there are still choices that the characters make that actively, alter their setting or their circumstances.
Hmm.
I mean, magical realism isn't a get out of plot free card. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't say I get out of plot. I mean, actually, Indie Rock Cabin specifically, I had that whole chapter by chapter plotted down.
Mm-hmm. But aside from that, I really dug Indie Rock Cabin. And Ben, was there anything else you had to say about Dinosaurs and Potted Plants?
Not really. I think everything I wanted to say about it is in the blurb I gave him.
Yeah. Now, I have a question for you as a writer.
Okay.
You as the reader of Indie Rock Cabin.
Okay.
You had a particular attachment to the character Uncle Dean.
Yeah.
What was that about? Because I know you've mentioned him several times in our conversations.
He was the strongest character. He was stronger than the character of Dawson.
Yeah, definitely.
And I could relate to the whole, getting up into his middle age and, reading and listening to music, but, not being a very outgoing person, like an extrovert. Mm-hmm. And I kept waiting for some sort of character. Your characters don't have much of an arc. I thought that maybe Uncle Dean would have an arc where he would step in and like protect the main character from, a certain person or people in the book, and then get thumped, for it. But that never materialized, that hope. So
yeah, well, he did have an arc back. I can't really talk about it because it'd be like major spoiler territory, but it wasn't completely his arc, if that makes sense. And you kind of
okay. Over in Dinosaurs and Potted Plants, the character of Berkshire, you should instead of like speaking vaguely about what this nostalgia, media, worship, religion he has, where he communes with the crab that was a dinosaur or whatever. You should have spent more time developing that into something coherent that affected the plot more. I don't know. I just think there's a lot of room for improvement, man. But I definitely liked Indie Rock Cabin more, and it just made me feel comfortable reading it. Just they're chilling. The family's at the campground, and they're just talking, and I keep waiting for something to happen, and things do happen, but it seems like it happens in the way it would here, where I am, and so that's a lot of why I liked it. And also there were parts that genuinely had me guessing, but I don't think the symbolism of the cabin on the hill was fully explored as well as it could have been.
Well, I didn't want to go overboard with it, but I did make it. I went back and made it even more apparent, because I know you said that on your first read through, like, you completely didn't see it. And when I went back through, I think I wrote it in such a vague way, but it's like, it makes perfect sense to me because I'm planning all this stuff out and stuff and symbols and stuff in there that when you're reading it on my level, it's like, I'm not saying like my level like above, but like as a writer focusing in on each sentence, I can kind of pick up on it. But then going back and taking a step back as a reader and reading it through like you would just for fun, I could see how that particular symbol could have escaped the reader. So I went back and made it even more obvious and put arrows to it, which I think it needed.
Okay,
so I do thank you on that.
Huh?
I said I do thank you for pointing that out to me.
Okay. Well,
and I thank you for reading Dinosaurs and Potted Plants too, even though you didn't like it.
Yeah. But I definitely think you're writing more clear-headed these days. You're making more sense with it, So.
Yeah.
there's not a jumble of characters to keep up with anymore, like with the a bunch of the previous novels or books. But let's see. As far as Frank in the chat, Mr. Frank asked if there were any books, what books he should read. I just finished Allison by Jeff Strand today, about the girl who like tears people's bodies apart whenever she gets emotional, and so she stays away from everybody as a result. And it's fascinating book. Jeff Strand knocked it out of the park, as he always does. And I think I've almost got his entire catalog. I'm getting there. I'm getting closer. So it doesn't look like I've read anything else this week, because my time has been so, dominated by real life things that, but I did finish those 3 books. So what about you guys?
I read a good one. Let me find it real quick. Gotta go back to my Goodreads.
While he's looking, Ben, did you read anything today or this week?
I've still been reading Noir by Robert Coover.
Yeah, he wrote a book called Spanking the Maid, which I don't remember if I read it or not, but I own it. So and that's what
he's also in an anthology I have called What the Fuck, the Avant Porn anthology or something like that.
Huh.
Michael Henningsen.
What is avant porn?
It's just kind of what it says, just avant-garde erotica.
I mean, like avant-garde how?
Like experimental postmodern work, things like that. Michael Henningsen edited it. William Volman is in it. Coover is in it.
Okay, so you're reading a lot of those dense books these days. Somebody told me that you were into David Foster Wallace, Zach. Is that true?
Yeah, that is true. Now, I've not actually finished any of his stuff. Like any of his gigantic novels.
Of course,
I've read a lot of his various parts of those books and other things he's had, like essays and stuff. But sometime soon, I'm going to go read both Broom and the System and then Infinite Jest back to back. Now, the book I finished 2. I can't remember if I talked about this one on the last show or not. I think I was right at the brink of finishing it. But that was Bob Freville's newest book, which was Long Walks, Short Piers. I really don't know what to say about it, because it was so it was a very depressing book. It was a short story collection, and it's type of book. It's so depressing, it puts you in a bad mood. Like, it's one of those where like none of the characters are likable, but Bob Freville has that certain way of writing about him that makes him kind of compulsively readable, even if you're not completely on board with everything. But then I started and finished the sequel to John Knowles' A Separate Piece called Peace Breaks Out. Now, I had actually forgotten that sequel existed, because Separate Piece is kind of like, I guess, considered a literary classic these days, so its sequel got overlooked. But I would actually say its sequel was a lot better than the original. Although it wasn't completely a sequel, it was more of a, I guess, a spiritual successor, because it takes place at the same prep school, the Devon, whatever it's called. It was a pretty good book. I was very impressed by it. Way more impressed than I was when I read A Separate Piece, because, like, with that one, I really thought that it just seemed kind of simple and dull, but still, I guess, beautiful in a way, because that's what a lot of people say about it. It's just a really simple story, but Peace Breaks Out took that and made it even better, and it was very good. I'm kind of sad that it doesn't get the attention that Separate Piece gets.
Robert Knowles?
No, John Knowles.
Oh, okay. I don't think I'm familiar with him, but I think he's one of those classic type names, right? The Western canon type thing.
Yeah, although a little more recent. I I don't know exactly when they came out, but they're not super old. But yeah, Peace Breaks Out was freaking awesome. It took place at the same school. It's called the Devon. Uh, I think it's just called Devon Academy. It's a real place, but you kind of focus in on the lives of these 18-year-old super pampered, like uber intellectual, well, quasi intellectual, academy kids who, their parents sent them there. It's expected that they're going to go off to Harvard and that type of thing. And it was just pretty awesome because the book specifically takes place after World War II, and they had been growing up in kind of in the shadow of the war, and they missed it. So the main focus of their whole life, they kind of like missed out on. Not that that's a bad thing, but it makes them feel weird. I guess it kind of makes them feel cowardly. There's just a lot of competing passions, and like in A Separate Piece, there is a specific death that happens at the school, but I won't really get into the themes behind the death. But in this one, it's a lot cooler and reminds me of Thomas Mann's Magic Mountain a little bit, and that there's this kind of like I hate freaking using this word because I always do, but like a metaphysical current flowing out of World War II, like ripple effects, and people just keep dying who maybe would have died in the war. Just that kind of like weird, fun to contemplate type thing. But it was a very good book. I was happy with it. And then I started Nosferatu by Joe Hill because one of my buddies is reading that one, so I figured I'd read it with him.
I don't think to this day that I've read any Joe Hill, but is he as good as Stephen King? What is the consensus here with you two?
I can't really say because I don't read a lot of Stephen King, but judging on what I've read from Nosferatu, I still can't really say. I would say that he's a little, I don't want to say clearer because Stephen King is very clear, but he's even more like to the point, which I kind of don't like. Like I like writers that are a little more flowery and it seems like they're expressing more. He's too to the point, but I like it though.
Well, what I've got on the screen here, this came out 2 days ago officially, Mr. Miyagi's Soggy Cereal, and it's an anthology from Hybrid Sequence Media, not too familiar with them, and our buddy Ben is a contributor.
That's why he's been putting that all over Facebook.
Yeah.
So, did I read Donald Armfield? Yeah. Kent Hill, former Kevin Strangehouse Books author, time-traveling bandits from the future or something like that, and a bunch of sword and sorcery, barbarian fiction. Catfish McDarris, which I don't even know how to classify him, but it's very like blues-oriented literature, I guess. It's real down-homey and down-to-earth, real soulful writing. I've got a few Catfish McDarris books. I think most of them are from Dynatox, but he's been writing well before Dynatox was on the map. So who else is in here? Am I missing anybody that's really well known? I'm missing a lot, apparently. Edward Morris. Okay, I stayed in his home in Oregon. See, John Claude Smith. I think that's a Lovecraftian community author. Vincenzo's in here. Let's see. Lee Widener from Portland. He had his New Bizarre Author Series debut a few years ago. Jonathan Moon, who I think is an awesome writer. He wrote, what was it? That really bitchin' kick-ass book that came after Heinous. I can't remember. You remember, Ben? Are you familiar with Jonathan Moon? Or Jonathan Moon?
I know the name, but I don't know him that well.
Man, he wrote something really kick-ass, and I'm gonna click on it. I've got to know now. I can't remember, but it was really kick-ass. Worms in the Needle, but I think there was one more that he wrote. Hollow Mountain Dead, I never finished that one. Worms in the Needle was fucking awesome. It was a great drug addiction story set in a post-apocalyptic future, and like I guess you literally injected these worms into your body, and there was this really insane female character in it named Elaine, I think, and she was like a powerhouse. You know, every scene she was in, she dominated. The scene. So, Worms in the Needle by Jonathan Moon. So he's in this, and don't know if I recognize too many others here. How many more of these do you know in here? Phoenix, is that our Phoenix that's in this?
Yeah.
No way. All right. Speaking of which, isn't he coming on in a little bit? I sent him the link, but
He's our Phoenix.
he is our Phoenix.
Yep.
Rise from the ashes.
Yeah, and all the profits on
I'm
all
sorry,
the prof-
come over.
all the profits on this anthology are going to Jordan Krall because he was furloughed from his job because of COVID-19.
Oh man, I hate to hear that, Jordan. I'm sorry. So Tom Over, who just released his debut book with Nihilism Revised, a safe place. No, it was what was it?
It's like the safe space and other comforts, I think.
Comfort Zone and Other Safe Spaces, I think.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
The Comfort Zone and Other Safe Spaces, yeah. So, wow, man, a lot of good contributors in this. Michael No, I know him. He's a friendly guy from, I don't know, Sweden or something. S.C. Burke of Nihilism Revised is in here. K.A. Opperman vaguely sounds familiar. Amy M. Vaughn, that name sounds familiar too. But yeah, a lot of great names in this. What is the theme of this about?
It's kind of work inspired by Jordan Krall's work that's on a similar wavelength to his.
Okay, now what do you mean? Because I know some of the tropes in his books often veer towards like donkeys and giraffes and bicycles or something. And there were a lot of motifs that he used over and over in his work. And I know he also swears by Karate Kid 2 or 3 as it was. I think it was 3 as the best in the series. So that would be the reference there. What are some hallmarks that these authors would be using to pay tribute?
I don't have my copy yet, so I can't say. Mine, I contributed 2 poems.
Oh, okay. Oh man, poems.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Fucking Philistine.
So, what else is going on with you guys this week?
I took a couple workshops this week.
Would you learn anything?
Yeah, I took one yesterday from Craig Clevenger. It was about dialogue, and that was really helpful. I know you don't like the guy, but I also took one from Gabino Iglesias, which was about violence and religion in fiction. And
yeah, I remember you saying you were doing his workshop, and you did Garrett's before, and you've done a lot of workshops. What do you feel like all these workshops are making you into a better, chiseling you into a better writer?
I think so. Gabino's like the way he had it set up, we could either we submit 2 pieces to him, and we could either do new ones or pieces from works in progress. Excuse me. I sent him the first chapter of the novel I'm working on for the first piece, and his lectures in the workshop inspired me enough to start on a new piece. So I'm working on that now for my second one.
Mm-hmm. Wait. Now, what are you following up Elaine with, though? Did you just say that, or?
Well, I actually didn't say that, but yeah, the piece that I'm submitting is like it's going to be either a short story, novelette. I don't know how long it's going to be, but a sort of sequel to Elaine.
I'm sorry, I got 100 things going on, so don't think I'm ignoring you. I'm just trying to multitask. What do you think you're following up Elaine with? The
piece I'm working on for this workshop is a sort of short story sequel to Elaine, but as far as like what I'm actually releasing, I'm releasing the Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah in July.
Poems, yeah. But I
Yeah.
mean, as far as your next long, full length fiction, what do you jonesing to write about next in that particular venue?
Well, the novel I'm working on is it's a bizarro pirate erotica, is what I'm calling it.
Okay, well, pirates are sexy. I get it. What's the plan? I mean,
What do you mean? What do you mean? What is it about?
sure.
It's about these creatures that have their ejaculate in the sea has basically made all the water undrinkable, and the main characters are these sort of freelancers who hunt them down, and then they learn about an island that has fresh water on it, and they're trying to secure the island. So it's a sort of a treasure hunt, basically, except the treasure is fresh water.
Kick ass. It is going to be hard, getting used to things without Gregor, and I still don't know fully why he had to leave. I've got about 10 pet theories that I'm nursing. We may never know, or maybe everyone but me knows, but I equated on the podcast. I said, it's not like losing a limb, like if you or Zach left, but it was more like losing a really cool beard, that that I didn't want to shave off but had to. So,
well, we know what happened to him. It was
like a subliminal like level, like it really does.
huh?
Like on a subliminal level, for some reason, like that just makes sense. Like it's just right.
I know. Yeah. What about it, Ben?
I was going to say, well, we know what happened to him. The Antifa occultist got him.
Oh, that's right. He got sacrificed. Yeah.
Yeah. So F's in the chat for Gregor. Everybody type F in the chat for Gregor.
Type F in the chat, guys. Come on.
And the crazy thing is probably not too far from the truth. It's just he didn't necessarily get sacrificed.
When are our guests coming on? Either you guys know?
I sent Ann the link. I don't know when she's going to come on, but are you streaming this on Twitch too?
Well, yeah.
What the heck is Twitch?
Why did you want to?
What my dick does before I come in your mob?
Why did you have to broadcast that? Now they're going to go over there and hound me over there.
Now, I did two very cool things this week. I started writing like a new novel. I planned to get like a real freaking long book done, like 100,000 words. What I want it to be minimum. And I got a lot of work done on my nonfiction book that hopefully I'll have out by the end of the year. And I also drunk video called Ben because I got a little carried away.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
What you talk about?
I can't remember.
We just kind of bullshitted, really.
Yeah, the freaking White Claws got to me.
There ain't no laws when you're drinking claws.
Good stuff. I thought I would be more prepared than this. I don't know, man. I think I really did.
I think the freaking Gregor thing, it's messed with your mind.
No, I mean, I'll, by the time things get going, we won't have missed a step, really, once the show really gets some momentum going tonight. But, yeah, it is kind of weird to not be looking for him to pop in, but I always said that this probably won't last forever. Unfortunately, I know Strange said once that, well, you're looking at it the wrong way. You could look at it instead like we're going to have a strong bond, talking about this and having fun talking on Sunday nights, and we'll look back on it well into our old age. Well, I don't think that's going to happen. Well, we might look back on it fondly, but that doesn't mean that the band's going to stay together forever. I'm sure both of you guys are going to sour on me eventually, which is okay, I guess. But the point is,
why would we? What the?
Because this is what happens with creative types when they collaborate. Just look at Craig Spector and John Skip. Do I need to say more?
Yeah, you do, because it's a little different. Like me and Ben, I think, are way too freaking chill to like ever have a freaking weird. I don't even know what you would call that type of falling out. Like it's almost like that's like what people in relationships do. This is like
Friend zone.
no, this is like just freaking guys hanging out talking, not like there's no souring. Like I don't really get what you mean by that.
It can still go wrong. Welcome, Phoenix. Glad to have you, man. He rises from the ashes once again.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear
So
you.
I actually was going to come on a little bit later.
Yes, fine. That's totally
but
fine.
So I'm having kind of a medical thing right now.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's issues breathing, but I'm pretty sure it's just my asthma. But I just don't have inhaler yet. So I'm waiting for the doctor to call. So if like I have to leave, that's why, because I'm dealing with that. But I didn't want to miss up this opportunity to talk with you guys. So
well, you're welcome anytime, man.
yeah, I appreciate that.
That worries me that you said you're not able to breathe very well.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's asthma because I just haven't had a problem with it for a couple years. So I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I've done all the things I need to. So I'm just waiting to hear back from people. So
you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but are you on some kind of pulse medication?
No. I'm just on an inhaler, but my inhaler's expired, so I can't use that really.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, that worries me a little bit. Do you need us to?
No. I mean, because I can still talk, and it's probably good to have a distraction, honestly, while I'm dealing with it. Because I did get anxious like half an hour ago.
WebMD. So, you might consult WebMD in the meantime.
Yeah.
Every time you do that, you think you're gonna freaking die.
I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I assume that's what Jeremy was kidding about, which is like, yeah, if you want to, know that you're gonna die because you have cancer, then so.
When did I say that?
I was joking. I was assuming that was the whole world that you were imagining for us, that we were going to die from WebMD.
Yeah, it's like I go on WebMD. It's just like, oh, I'm having a chesty cough. What's going on? Oh, I have brain cancer.
They're that bad, huh?
Yeah.
Are they that
well,
bad?
But here's the thing about that is like, obviously we don't really want to go to the doctor unless we have to, because like we don't want to bug them, but then it's like we're also not the doctors, so we don't know if something's serious. So it's this weird balancing act, I feel. So yeah.
Well, we were just talking about Mr. Miyagi's Soggy Cereal, the anthology for Jordan Crawl, and you were a contributor. I did not know this until I saw your name there. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
You're in with some prestigious names. Are you familiar with Jonathan Moon or, let's see, Catfish McDarris?
I've heard of Catfish, and who were some of the others?
Tom Over, Jonathan Moon.
So I'm friends with Tom Over. I haven't done anything with Jonathan Moon, or met him.
SC Burke's in there.
Yeah. So yeah, SC. I had told you last time, I think, that he contributed the artwork to my publication under Hybrid Sequence Media, which was also through this one, through Donald. So
Donald Armfield?
Yeah. He published Separation Healing. So it's on the second printing. So
what does Donald Armfield have? He publishes?
So he has his own books that he's published, but he's part of Hybrid Sequence Media, which is a publication. So he's been publishing a couple books through that, and he's got some plans for the upcoming year. So he's been doing a lot. It's pretty cool.
Are you familiar? How have you read Jordan Crawl? Any?
No, unfortunately.
See, my favorite novel of his is the one that he completely disowns, Tentacle Death Trip. But I think the ones he's most proud of are Fistful of Feet and the False Magic Kingdom series, which it's really just like first person narration, not stream of consciousness, but close to that. So I don't know, spontaneous prose. It's really weird and hard to, decode, but it's still interesting to read as just, an object itself, I guess. But
yeah. No, that sounds interesting. So kind of surrealistic.
Yeah.
Cool.
How is the work coming on Dark Kid?
So I have like a love-hate relationship with that book. I feel like I set the bar really high, and I like that challenge, but sometimes I psych myself out too because I like put so much pressure on myself with everything I do. So I'm trying not to do that. I actually really enjoy writing it, as I've been saying, and so I like the challenge, and I'm glad that I've been able to do it, honestly. And so just the main point is making sure I don't get overwhelmed with it, which I have ways of managing that. So overall, the process has been really nice. Now, I feel like I understand the street kid in a way that I didn't before, because there's like this whole world that I've been developing throughout many books, like 12 books now. And it's just nice to see these characters and kind of these stories. And it's not like anything I've written before. I think the closest approximation is probably the street kid and some of my others, some of which I haven't published yet. But yeah, so.
Yeah, now you remember, I don't think this is giving anything away in the plot of Street Kid really too much, but what I recommended is that just as The Dark Kid is a book in the Street Kid's life, that's somehow shaping his reality or something. It could be like a coin flip in the other direction, with the Dark Kid, being kind of dominated by Street Kid as a physical book that he carries around. And I really think that would be a great juxtaposition there. But
so I just recently wrote a scene today, which was technically taking place kind of in the past as a kind of memory, but it could also be implied that it's present because it is Phoenix's world. But basically, the Dark Kid is flipping back and forth from the mental hospital, which is in his world, to Phoenix's world. And so there's a scene in the Street Kid. Do you remember the scene with when Phoenix? Well, I'm trying to think of how I describe it in the Street Kid, but it's the scene that eventually leads to the showdown at the store, which, just so you're aware, was Target in the real world, where Phoenix runs into the middle of the road at the one point, and he's trying to get that meal a little bit before. So basically, I wrote that scene from the Dark Kid's perspective, and there's a scene where I have the Dark Kid holding the Street Kid, and then the Street Kid holding the Dark Kid. So I figured that was a way of paying homage to kind of the way in which their worlds are parallel with each other and kind of in tandem. And so, and they consult the books. Actually, one of the things that I really like about the Dark Kid now that I've been writing it is that Phoenix has been reading it, but it's like cool how like it almost exists outside of time and memory in a way. So like the things that are described take on like an extra kind of otherworldliness, I would describe. And so that's been really fun to do as well, to like show that the Dark Kid, even though it is literally finite by my own writing, by it being in the physical world, it's not finite in terms of how it works as a text. So, yeah.
Oh, Frank Edler of Bazong in the chat, he asked what the heck should I read? Street Kid by Phoenix here, Frank. That's a good one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he might enjoy it if he likes adventure and kind of fantasy and autobiography. There's a lot there.
Right here. Here it is. For some reason, it doesn't show up when I put it in a search engine, but there it is, Frank. Check it out sometime. But how are you liking Chad Lutsky's Skullface Boy?
So I finished it.
Didn't it end at just the perfect time?
It did. I'll admit. So this isn't a criticism per se, but I was hoping you would go into a little bit more in depth of why, like, he was orphaned. I don't feel like it made a difference either way in terms of like how much I enjoyed it, but I would have been curious about that to see like what happened there, because the father seemed like such a cool guy. It was like what happened that could have led to their separation. But I was going to say the reason why he probably wouldn't have needed to go into that is because I'm going to say this in my YouTube video when I do a review of the book, that basically the simplicity of Skullface Boy is what makes it so impacting, right? Like you could be complex and like you could write like 1,000 pages and you could have really long sentences. You could try to, reinvent language like Joyce. Or you could just be like, this is my narrative voice, this is a character, and this is what's going to happen. And it's so effective to just strip all of that down. I mean, there was enough nuance, and I would describe richness with the actual writing of the book anyway, but I never felt like I was in over my head, and I think that that's definitely a real gift. I think that's really hard to do. So if any of you can relate, like when you overcomplicate what you're writing because you just want it to be so good, but like keeping it simple.
You can confuse yourself. I've done it. I've had to abandon projects because I made it too complicated for even me to understand. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I'm making sure I don't do that with the Dark Kid because it is complex in some ways, but the whole heart of it is really just the Dark Kid's relation to Phoenix, and the Dark Kid doesn't exist, right? The Dark Kid was inspired by Jack Sawyer from the Talisman. So like he's not real, and yet he exists in my mind, and so like it's really about doing justice with that. So, and I guess to answer Frank's question, unfortunately, I don't even know how to pronounce that word. I don't know. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
What is it?
You don't want to know.
It's butt cake.
Oh, okay.
No,
Well,
Bukkake.
I played the fifth on that one.
Well, Bukkake is a bunch of guys like climax in a girl's face at once.
Oh, okay. Well, so yeah, it does not have that. It actually does deal with sex, though. By the way, it does.
Yeah.
But
can you fap to it?
I mean, I don't know if that was. I mean, yeah, I think so. At first, I didn't realize what you were saying, but yeah, no, I would say, because yeah, like it's not. I don't feel like when I wrote the book that it was necessarily erotic. It wasn't. My intent wasn't to. My intent was more to capture like in the intensity of like chaotic thoughts. I wanted to capture the intensity of like feeling something and not always knowing what to do with that, and trying to make that. I don't know, just being more present with that, I guess, is probably the best way to describe it. So,
yeah. Why is this? Is this ever going to come back in print? I mean, Zach's got a copy, I got a copy, but
yeah, I love that book. That really won me over to his writing.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Well, so Mindblade was a book I wrote more in the middle of my writing career. So Straight Kid was earlier on, if you could believe that. But Mindblade is one that I was really proud of because I was trying different techniques. And now that Zach has read it, I really want to get the book back in print because it's like, I feel like people would really enjoy it, And Zach left a great review, and I'm glad that it spoke to you, So.
This one right here, this was your most recent, right?
So this was so same artwork, of course, and it was published through HSM. So, yeah.
And you also recently published Rogue as well?
I did. There was I'm not going to go into the details. There was a little bit of a mix-up with something, so we're trying to get that resolved. But it is available for Kindle now, and it should be available for print again in a couple days. I don't want to... I don't know what the phrase would be, but yeah, I'm really proud of Rogue as well, because I feel like it's a nice continuation of Separation Healing. Rogue is really interesting. I don't think Donald from Hybrid Sequence Media knows this, but I wrote 2 other books that are in a series, Resistor and Radical. And so I like Rogue because it's right in between, the kind of development between books like which is my trilogy of poetry that I'm in the process of publishing. I published 1 and 2, as well as books like Wordless, Torque, and Separation Healing. But then after Rogue would be some of my other books, such as R or Resistor, Radical, and stuff like that.
You got a phone call, I think, or a text or something. I heard.
Yeah, I do. I got to go for a second, so I'll be back.
No problem.
Okay, cool.
All right. So, I don't know, man. I'm not all.
You've got that thing missing Gregor blues.
Yeah. Gregor, come back.
You can blame it all on Jeremy.
Why is that?
As riffing on a song.
Oh, Jeremy.
I think I know who he can blame it on, though.
Who?
Your mom?
Shit, no. Well, No, not this time, Ben. Uh, I was gonna say maybe Chet Williamson, but maybe not.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that guy up. Yeah. So what exactly was this post he was saying? Was it during the show or after it?
After the show, he did apologize for being associated with us.
He said that exactly.
In a much more flowery way, yes.
Well,
I did like that.
Well, Chet, I'm sorry that I bought Ash Wednesday as a motion of respect. After you gave us, your time. I'm sorry that I bought Ash Wednesday. Okay, so there you go. What were some of the other things he said that first of all, that we weren't professional, right?
To be fair, we aren't.
No, but we don't have to be. We are not being driven by any kind of monetary gain. We are using an internet propriety, okay?
The whole point of this type of show is to not be professional.
To be real.
In my opinion.
Genuine.
To be real, yes.
Authentic, to have fun. Now, being professional to me is not the same as having fun.
No. And I will actually stand by that. There are a lot of people I've seen in the horror community who will go off and start podcasts, and it's this very, in my opinion, and I'm not really riffing on Frank because I know Frank does it, but he has like a fun enough personality on air to where that he pulls it off. But it's like it will be one author and the interviewer, and they talk about their book, nothing else, and to me that's just. It's kind of boring. Now, if you're going in wanting to know something specifically, like say I looked up an interview with Chet Williamson about Psycho, and he was on a thing and just talked about Psycho. Yeah, I'd be cool with that. But we're not here to necessarily sell authors per se, which we do. We sell personalities. I think you actually mentioned this on the show, or not on the show when you and I were talking.
I do.
We're not here to talk to authors and let them, sell their books. We're here to engage them in a gigantic conversation that's going on for 8 hours and being real.
I don't know. I do kind of like to push authors to the point that they do sell books, but
but not in the way that they want to. Like if it was up to them, they would go on and it would be this dry, robotic. Let me ask you about your book and the themes and why you wrote it and blah blah blah. That's just not what we do.
Yeah,
and it's boring to me.
Okay.
Hey, Amy's here.
Yeah, I know. Hang on. I'll and so is Ann. Hang on, folks. We'll let you right in. We appreciate you stopping by, and I'll be with you in 1 second. But I just want to finish this thought on Chet Williamson. He also complained that we kept on going after him with more guests. When did we guarantee that he would be the only person on the show? Why does he think that he is owed that?
I wasn't really sure about that criticism. I don't know if it was necessarily a criticism as much as it was there was all kinds of stuff that we said that he couldn't be associated with, and it went on after he was gone, and so he had to apologize.
Chet, we don't owe you the entire show, okay? We just don't. We have other guests that we line up. You don't take over the show when you do get here, and I think that the two that are getting ready to come in, as well as Phoenix, know that a lot better than this old timer Chet Williamson does. Wow, I mean, it's almost
it was very disrespectful. Not that I care about being respectful on the internet, like on freaking a platform directly related to talking about books and politics and philosophy. It's fun watching people go at each other.
But this backhanded flip and flap is just as unprofessional as whatever he's talking about being unprofessional. It's just these backhanded slaps. He doesn't understand technology. I'm pretty sure of that. Or else he would understand that multiple people can file into a room such as this and talk. I don't think he understands the concept of Google Hangouts, StreamYard, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, enough with that. I'm sorry that I bought Ash Wednesday, Chet, and I'll probably read it and give you a good review, but I'm disappointed that you couldn't be more adult dealing with us youngsters, like Thomas Monteleone, kind of jammed with us.
Yeah, he jived perfectly with us, and they're both like from the same type of group. But I think
he didn't regret it later, did he?
No, he's even said he'd come back on in the future.
Okay.
All right. I think it depends on if people are just cool and willing to like not fret about their online image so much. Like we don't. We like freaking being crazy. I just don't get it.
Yeah, I love the idea of different authors from extremely different backgrounds colliding and see what happens with the conversation. With that being said, let's see what happens when we introduce Christian research author Ken Ammi and beautiful love goddess author of Life Ann Sterzinger. And I hear the wind really strong coming up on you, Ann.
Sorry. I'm kind of lost in the suburb. I don't have any privacy where I'm staying right now. Wow, I have forgotten how to talk. I think the last time I tried to talk was 2 weeks ago.
Are you?
But anyway, I'm very sorry that I don't know what time it is ever. But it's time for me to take over the show. Everyone, shut up.
No. That was not aimed at you at all. I promise, son. No.
Oh no, I'm just joking. I don't know who this dude is, but he sounds like a douchebag.
Well, yeah, he was fine during the interview, but I guess he decided to be a bitch after he left. I don't know, but
and also I forgot to add, he had caught wind of I don't know how, but it had to have been O'Brien or one of them, someone in his dang friends list. He said that he saw later that they had problems with us, and probably specifically me and Ben. And that he went through our Facebook profiles, like specifically looking for our political posts.
He's a little old to be engaging in that kind of hidden circle nonsense. So, Ann, Ken, we'll get to you in 1 second, brother. And I appreciate you for coming back. I appreciate all of you guys for coming back. But Ann, are you safe where you are?
Actually, I've moved out of the sort of shitty neighborhood that I was staying in an Airbnb in. And now I am out in I'm out in a literal Tim Burton suburb in California. Like, I don't know if you can see through my camera, but there's like topiary and shit. I'm expecting Johnny to. Shit. There's literally trees carved into designs, and just enormous houses. The Airbnb I'm staying in. It's like a clown car. They've taken this family home and turned it into an Airbnb, and there's like 20 bedrooms in it.
Phoenix, are you okay now?
I should be okay. I'll probably have to leave sometime soon to pick up a prescription.
Okay. And Ann, hang back for 1 second while we introduce Ken here. Ken.
Hi, Ken.
Hello. Good evening.
Thanks for coming back. What's been up with you since the last time you checked in?
Well, frankly, I was hesitant to join this chat right after you mentioned how boring some authors can be.
Well, I wasn't talking about you.
No, it was bad time. It was just bad timing. And speaking of boring authors, here's Ken.
If I said it like that, I did not mean it. No. Actually, you sold quite a few books between the lot of us when you came on. I'm sad to say I haven't finished any of them yet, but I'm working my way through them, just like I'm still working my way through Life. And but I do feel like it's gaining momentum. It's making some headway into interesting areas. So. They just shot up a lot the drug life at the douchebag's house.
Oh, okay.
And
there's good news for you, and there's bad news for you. This week, I am going to release the full series as one book.
Oh,
I think I talked about this last time. I gave up on releasing it as a bunch of novellas because that's just fussy and it makes people buy things 4 times and it's a pain in the butt. And you just want a book. And also, as Ben said, the story doesn't really lend itself to being divided into 4 acts that way. Probably because I'm the kind of person who doesn't ever know what fucking time it is. But What was I saying? I really have forgotten how to talk.
Life. The life.
Never mind.
series
Just
is
ignore me.
one-
Oh yeah. I'm doing a final edit of the full thing. So you know what? Contact me and I will send you a free PDF of the whole thing since you kindly bought the first book.
Cool. Ken, what have you been up to? Have you released any new books since the last time we talked?
No, well, if you don't mind, I wanted to say it's for me as an author of nonfiction. It is always fascinating to listen to authors of fiction because we're all authors, but in a way, we're in such different realms. And even my writing projects, just from one book to the next, the experience can be so very different. So I do enjoy listening to all of you talking about your experiences of writing in such a different genre than me. I really find it interesting.
Cool. So, where do we go from here, Ben? I don't know. This is an eclectic crowd here.
Yeah, it's like getting that one person, leaving the show is like kind of like it hasn't hurt us in any way, but it's like it's messed up the flow. It's really weird.
We're basically cast upon the breakers without Gregor.
No,
Well, we could talk about how close everyone is to the nearest literal dumpster fire. How much danger
that's
we're in.
what I was asking. Are you safe? Are you safe from all the rioting and burning shit down and everything? Anne?
I think the wind blew her away.
They got her.
Oh, and
Hey, Ken, didn't you say you started to research on a new book? What's the topic, or do you not want to get into that yet?
Well, I'm very slowly putting that into action, but in the meanwhile, William Ramsey pulled me into one of his projects, so that's going to come first.
Oh, heck, I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
I'm
so you
guessing-
know how he has done a series of documentaries called Occult Hollywood, right?
Oh, heck. I did,
Yeah.
Jeremy, I did not.
Wait a minute.
I didn't play
Please.
for it.
Okay. I am, well, Anne dropped out. I guess the wind did blow her away.
Oops.
I'm totally on board to discuss your work, but please, can we go 1 week without the occult symbolism and entertainment? Because I've gotten messages saying that it drags the show down and everything, and don't like being preached at and everything. And I know you weren't doing that, like Zach and Strange were.
Oh, wait. Okay, I'll bite my tongue. I'll just let you say your piece.
If we can just work around that, I'm not trying to censor anybody, but I just think it will be a more productive conversation if we can kind of get past the occult symbolism and entertainment thing. If you can work around that, Ken.
No worries. For one, I'm just a guest, and for two, this documentary will be, I think, part 3, and it'll actually be about transhumanism in Hollywood movies. So it'll be like a different flavor, I should say. But anyhow, that's just to answer what I'm up to now. That kind of went to the front of the line because it's very different. It's not writing a book. This is a documentary, so I'm basically writing a script.
Mm-hmm.
So anyhow, that and then book projects will come second. But again, I like just listening to how the experience of being an author. It can be so very different. It varies so much, and not just from genre to genre, but within genre. Like you'll have authors who script everything a dozen times, and those who are better at just coming up with everything off mentally and then just putting it down on paper, or I guess on a digital document nowadays. And again, for me, every experience of authorship can be so different. Sometimes I kind of marvel how it can change so much from one project to the next, and that's part of the excitement, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ken, where can you find those?
Anne dropped out again.
The transhumanism, not transhumanism, the occult Hollywood movies, because are they on his Vimeo? Because I've not seen them.
They are.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Because I remember when I was on there, I just saw the smiley face killer documentaries, but maybe I didn't look hard enough. I'll go back and check those
they're
out.
on there. Yeah. So let me just speak in vivid detail about occultism in movies. Now, the first thing,
Yeah, it triggers Jeremy, so we'll have to steer away from it.
Oh, look at her. She's outdoors. She's got the
Masked
mask.
out.
She's set. It is happening.
Yeah.
Hey, Ann, I know that we're in a. I know we're in a position where we're basically forced to wear the mask as a scarlet letter, or not a scarlet letter, but Star of David or whatever now. But I do want to say that when I was in a doctor's office the other day, and I heard one of the nurses say to one of her partners that the masks don't do any good half the time anyway. She said that, and she said it was in the newest research in the like the medical journals that doctors are writing. So the information changes by the moment, but that's what she said. So you're probably forced to wear one.
It really does. It's like, yeah. In LA, you have to wear one, and you can't go anywhere unless you are protesting against some dipshit who tried to kill a cop getting killed instead. I mean, for that, you can smear viruses everywhere.
Wait a minute, I missed it. What
go
was
to get a cup of coffee, not someone.
I missed it. What?
Oh, I said in LA, you have to wear a mask everywhere you go in public.
Yes.
And also, you can't really go anywhere that's public unless you're going to protest some dipshit who thought he was going to be a cop killer, and it backfired, and he got killed by a cop instead.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not the George Floyd case, but that's this week's case.
I wondered who you were talking about because it seems pretty cut and dry that there was some. It was seriously wrong what happened to George Floyd. But
that was what.
Go ahead.
What's that?
It doesn't give anyone the
With
right
George
to burn
Floyd,
shit down.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Actually, with George Floyd, at first I thought it was second-degree murder, but then it came out that the two guys knew each other and they'd worked together before, and Chauvin didn't like George Floyd, so it might. I thought there's no way they can get someone in a chance encounter on first-degree murder, but there could have been premeditation once you recognize the dude, you know?
Ben, did you hear anything about it?
There's that wrinkle.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
About what?
I was asking
Yeah.
if you heard that about them knowing each other.
Yeah, apparently,
Yeah.
like some idiots had tried to use that as evidence that this is a psyop, which was stupid.
Everything is a psyop. Oxygen is a psyop.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
Oh
just
my
hold your breath to trigger the libs, Jeremy. Just hold it for the rest of the
Jesus.
show. That'll really trigger the libs.
Was it Jeremy just
No.
mentioning how the COVID information is changing so much?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's actually part of the reason that Amazon is refusing to publish any books about COVID.
Oh,
Yeah, which
Yeah, 'cause
is
they'll be
again
wrong
also
in
very
10
stupid.
minutes. yeah.
Yeah, they're just flat out refusing because they just automatically assume whatever you have to say about it can't necessarily be true because whatever is quote unquote true at any given moment is constantly changing.
Right. I mean, I've since the beginning, I've thought it's kind of like we're in the AIDS crisis, except you don't have to have sex to get it. It just, like, we don't know what this is. Everyone's terrified, and also it moves like fucking wildfire. What a shit show.
Yeah, I don't know how much I honestly believe about it. I have heard people be told that they are not allowed to go back in the hospitals to see their family members who are ill, who might need them for any number of reasons, to make sure that they are being taken care of and their care is being administered properly, to paperwork that they might need them to handle. They're being told that they cannot see their family in the hospital at these crucial moments. Yet these people can go out and protest and burn shit to the ground, and policemen bend the knee to them, and they're gathering in large groups. They're not social distancing, and that's okay. It's like a two.
Now, I gotta say, we were making fun about the whole psyop thing, because I don't think that many people believe that the George Floyd thing was fake. I mean, I've not actually seen.
Well, apparently
anyone say
somebody
that.
did. If Ben said, that, I'm sure it occurred to somebody.
I'm sure it's out there, But I can't see this freaking cognitive dissonance with, everything being super tight with COVID to there's just complete anarchy. And it's, that one screen grab from like a news station keeps getting shared around with like saying that it's okay to have like a barbecue with 12 people who social distance, but then it's okay to have a protest of like 100 people. Like, whoever puts that stuff together to get it out there, like, honestly, I can't see that as anything but a psyop. Not that they're doing it intentionally, but it's like they know that it's going to freaking mess with people's minds.
So look at that, incidentally.
Ben Burgess actually, sorry to interrupt, but I was going to say Ben Burgess actually had a good take on this. He was saying how he believed that, there is still reason to have protests over things like police brutality, even in the midst of a pandemic. But the biggest problem was because that idea came from public health officials speaking as public health officials, stating like, oh, well, it's okay. It's okay to have the protests, even though it's a danger, which, as he pointed out, that's really not something they should be stating as, as public health officials. They should just be saying, well, it's these are the risks, and if you really need to do it, just wear a mask and all of that and take precautions. But they were coming out and saying, well, lockdown protests are bad, but protests in regards to police brutality are okay, which is ridiculous.
I think I read that, and I kind of got the impression that they were trying to imply that so many people die of racism in the United States, however nebulously you want to define racism and death by racism, that there will be fewer net deaths if we nebulously protest and burn shit over racism and eliminate that somehow magically by setting the Wendy's on fire than if we kept, keeping the virus at bay. Like, fewer people will die of the virus than die of racism without pointless, stupid, violent protests, which is one of the dumbest things I've ever witnessed public officials implying in my lifetime. But
I'm trying
apparently
to compute the math of that in my mind. Like, it's maybe I'm just slow, but like I'm like it's just not working. I don't get it.
I'm like, who is sitting there with a slide rule going, okay, so 50 million people die of racism every year. There's only 100,000 COVID deaths yet. So sure, go outside and burn the Hardys down. What?
Well, at least I want to go into work.
Yeah.
Anyhow, apparently they have published some books on COVID, so maybe they're being selective. Because I know, for instance, my buddy Isaac Weishaupt had his rejected, and so did Elon Musk. By the way, they're not letting him publish the book on COVID.
Really?
Wait,
this
no.
guy's on the Amazon charts. He's number 3, and it's Unreported Truths About COVID-19. Introduction and estimates. What?
No, Elon Musk wasn't publishing a book. He was he made an appeal on behalf of someone else.
Wait, let Ben finish.
He made an appeal on behalf of someone else who had their book rejected.
Oh, I see.
So apparently,
we just buy Amazon and shoot it to Mars.
But I mean, I wonder if it's because they're being selective. But
so this guy,
now I'm more confused.
Well, this guy is a former New York Times reporter and a critic of the lockdown, and he provides a counterweight to media hysteria about coronavirus in this series of short booklets answering crucial questions about COVID. Well, it's a series of booklets. I don't even think I'm interested. 22 pages. I cannot abide. I cannot. If all they can give me is 22 pages, I don't buy it. No. But
what the hell that freaking wait? No, I don't want to bring that book up. Never mind.
There's a lot of fiction authors that are cashing in on the COVID thing. If I can go to I know it's kind of.
There's some horror B movies coming out too, based on COVID.
So here's one that I can name off the top of my head that's coming out. That's kind of a response to COVID-19. Times are
Jeremy.
hard. Yes. Yeah. Phoenix, you okay?
So I don't mean to I can't think of the phrase, but yeah, I've got a lot going on. I would like to definitely take your offer up on future discussions. I think that'd be really fun, and I wish I could stay for this one, but I got to get going.
Okay, are you okay?
So I'm gonna go to a pharmacy. They assume that it is just the asthma, so I can get the prescription, and I should be okay.
Okay,
I just have to get all that done before they close and stuff.
Okay, man, go right ahead. I'm thinking good thoughts for you. Okay, buddy.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
We'll see you next time. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so this is one of the new horror novels or novella that's trying to cash in on the coronavirus. Times are hard in this terrifying new world dominated by the coronavirus. Small businesses in the globe, around the globe, are going belly up. Basically, this guy is offered $20 million. The price is he has to surrender his wife to this guy, and she is to be tortured like beyond imagine, I guess. But he gets rich. All he's got to do is lure her out to this sleazy guy's mansion. So that's one person that's cashing in on the whole coronavirus thing. But there was another one whose name and author escapes me. But
damn, it sounds like he's getting really sick of his wife in lockdown.
There's a movie called Corona Zombies. Yeah.
I bet it's trauma, isn't it?
Yeah.
I bet it's trauma.
Well, it is called
Probably
a
a comedy.
comedy horror.
When's that come out?
Oh, it did in April 10th.
Yeah, they're releasing so many things VOD
yeah.
now. It sucks. I mean, it doesn't suck, but it's I don't know. I can't wait for theaters to come back.
So where? Yeah, me too. I really want to see.
Uh-oh, you get run over?
Is she alive?
No, I'm just. It's just people have forgotten how to drive, like I've forgotten how to talk, and I'm out in fucking Edward Scissorhands land where people don't know how to drive to begin with, so they're just honking at each other.
So
Okay, now with the caveat that I have not seen this movie, nor am I recommending it, just look at one of the descriptions. Itchy damsels in distress, toilet paper famine, inept world leaders, mass media gone wild, a virus from hell, and hordes of ghouls hungry for human flesh combined, and full maniacal horror comedy hybrid, Corona Zombies.
Sounds like
God
a horrible
damn,
Jeff
that's-
O'Brien book.
Wow.
Charles Band. It's full moon. That's like it's like the other side of trauma, basically. That's like Corona's only competitor. So yeah, I figured it was somebody like that. Charles Band does all the Puppet Master movies. So
See, a normal person would just make that a tweet and then write a real script.
That was horrible.
you cannot make a good movie about this in just in that soon.
Yeah.
It was still unraveling. But
on the other hand, you could put out a movie like this, and it probably only cost you $500.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little worried. Oh, sorry. I'm a little worried about the scenes that I'm editing in Electra's Revenge, which is the new title of Life now. I happen to be editing the, spoiler alert, the riot scenes during the riots. And I'm going, Jesus, people are going to think that I based this on these riots, but I actually based them on the French Revolution. But they're kind of a little bit predictive, like all the stupid shit that's happening. Like I kind of extrapolated it from the French Revolution and put it in the book already. So it's going to look like, wow, she really digested these current events quickly. And I'm like, no, it's actually something that happened in the 1700s, but thanks.
Well, mob psychology remains the same, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
In fact,
Riots are-
John Cleese, John Cleese from Monty Python just put out a tweet this week with a clip of him on Monty Python some 30 years ago, talking about stuff that sounds like he would have just talked about it today. It's the same exact context.
He is a very funny man.
Yeah. Yeah.
and very outspoken about social justice zombies, you know.
Yeah, well, they're really offensive to actual liberals.
That's the thing. Yeah, the classical left has been kind of hijacked by these people who just want to watch it burn. I don't believe that any of these people are burning shit down for anything other than, kicks.
Yeah.
But part of that is the difference between a classical liberal and the leftist. Those are two very different things.
This is also true.
I mean, leftist is militant, authoritarian, and dogmatic. Whereas, go ahead.
Well, by the way, Ann, I'm sorry that the last time you were on the show, I kind of checked out early the last time because I was trying to watch this wrestling pay-per-view at the same time. And
oh, yeah.
You probably thought, man, so he lost interest in me or something. No, it's just I was trying to, multitask. So I did feel bad about that afterwards,
Oh, no, I love wrestling.
Yeah, no, yeah. I wanted to know if there were any videos of the mud wrestling you used to do.
I don't know if we ever videotaped it. It wasn't the kind of thing you thought about back then.
Yeah.
I mean, that was, to be fair to these dumb fuck kids that I can't stand, when I was in my late teens and early 20s, me and my friends wanted to tear shit up too. And basically we got drunk and listened to punk rock and went to shows because we didn't have an internet to spread our dumb ideas and use all of our free time to shame adults who should fucking know better into going along with our crazy, drunken, drugged up ideas.
The crazy thing is I who am 22, get shamed by people your age for the freaking same social justice crap. It's like all the dang old social, or not, I'm not saying you're old, but like middle age, like social justice people freaking flock to me and hate on me. It's crazy.
Oh, well, they think if they can hate on you, they'll score. I'm not really old points. Like, I'm not a racist Karen. Look at me yelling at this kid. Like, that's just another version to get off my lawn, dude.
Now, the other side of that coin is I thank God that when I was a teen, all these fancy devices that could spread your face around the world instantly didn't exist.
Yeah.
Because there'd be some stuff I would be regretting.
Oh my God. I think that's why kids are so uptight and boring, because they don't want to have that. The ones who kind of have their head halfway out of their ass are like, oh yeah, if I do this crazy thing I want to do, it'll be all over the internet. So they don't like drinking. They sit around with their thumb in their ass thinking about revolution and yelling at people all day. Yeah. If some of the shit I did had been videotaped, I would be completely unemployable. I might as well get a swastika tattoo, But we could do that because nobody had a fucking camera in their pocket everywhere you went.
Yeah, and it's created this whole thing of it's like the Karens and fucking tattletales. This is like, you did something bad, I'm gonna film you and put you on the internet. Man, I'm gonna tell the teacher. School never fucking ends anymore.
It might not completely be like this, but it really does seem to be only the people on the left doing that, because it seems like the memes these days are saying that it's like right-wing people doing that to either minorities or something like that. It's like they turn it into a right-wing thing. I've only seen that type of behavior from the hyper SJW people.
I mean, it hasn't always been just a left-wing thing. I mean, back in the 60s and during the civil rights movement, there were right-wing organizations that would take down people's names who were involved with the civil rights movement and tried to get them fired from their jobs.
I guess it just shifts.
But then there was also the Joseph McCarthy's, communist death squads. I mean, figuratively speaking, who they ruined the career of Arthur M. Miller, who wrote Death of a Salesman, right?
Yeah.
But to look at things now, it's like maybe McCarthy wasn't wrong. I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore.
Well, I'm starting to really regret when I was younger and this shit was starting. I'm starting to really regret just making fun of these people for being pathetic assholes. Because now their pathetic assholism is kind of destroying the world, you know? Like maybe I didn't take them seriously because their ideas were so stupid, so obviously stupid. I was like, well, you know, they'll burn out, whatever. I didn't realize they were all going to become college professors, and they were all going to brainwash like 18-year-olds before their brains knit together. And all of a sudden, we were going to have kids who, honest to God, think that they're oppressed with their iPhone in their pocket and just want to destroy the civilization that makes their lifestyle possible.
Yeah.
Let me read you a little quote from G.K. Chesterton, if I may.
G.K. Chesterton?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah.
It says, but the new rebel is a skeptic and will not entirely trust anything. He has no loyalty. Therefore, he can never be really a revolutionist. And the fact that he doubts everything really gets in his way when he wants to denounce anything. For all denunciation implies a moral doctrine of some kind, and the modern revolutionist doubts not only the institution he denounces, but the doctrine by which he denounces it.
I wish that were true.
Yeah, it's okay, Ben.
I guess that would explain.
What?
I said, it's okay, Ben. You can be candid.
Well, no, I'm just saying I wish that were true because that doesn't seem the case. It seemed like the case. It seems like it's just people grabbing onto secular forms of dogma.
Yeah.
In that same statement, Chesterton states, a Russian pessimist will denounce a policeman for killing a peasant, and then prove by the highest philosophical principles that the peasant ought to have killed himself.
Wow.
Okay, that is freaking awesome.
Yeah.
That's tight.
I did want to bring your attention. If you'll see on the screen, you can see this on the screen, right? This picture.
Yeah.
Take one bag of Sprite.
Yeah. Okay. Now I want to give this as an example of how we need to be more skeptical of the news. If you're not already skeptical of the news on both sides, then you might want to become so. Now, someone that I greatly admire reported on okay, they're calling this place that was taken over, this 7 blocks over in Seattle, the Chaz, or the Central...
The Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone.
Okay. Well, Tim Pool, who is allegedly this centrist, journalist and podcaster, anybody here heard of him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love Tim Pool.
Yeah, I mean,
do too. Not in that way. He's too young for me, but...
Well, I'm a fan too, but I've got nobody is going to call him on this, and he's not going to retract it, and I don't really care if he does, because he's mostly right about what he was saying anyway. But he was making light of these people growing their own garden or starting their own garden in the Chaz, the autonomous zone. And he was making fun of how they had newspapers sticking up out of the soil or something. He says, "Oh, they just dumped topsoil on there." You know, I'm not a gardener. I don't know if he was right or wrong to say that, to make light of that, if that's accurate, how they should be doing it or what. But he pointed out this picture here and saying they're handing out bags of Sprite and hoping that you only take one, and how this is socialism and everything. And yeah, it probably kind of is. Unfortunately, that picture is a year old, at least. It was, I think it was from around Halloween last year. And it was somebody left out bags of Sprite for trick-or-treaters. So that's a meme from from almost a year ago. And he used it as an example in this thing going on today. Maybe they're doing the same thing with bags of Sprite, but I highly doubt it. I'm just saying.
Seems like they'd have to know that. You can't just freaking how could that be anything but on purpose?
In order to reduce their whole argument to absurdity, pick and choosing different memes that he can incorporate. Yeah. Well, I don't care if they get ridiculed, but I'm just saying, Unfortunately, I found a chink in Temple's armor that I did not want to, but I had to research this picture for myself, and I found out, yeah, it's not what it seems. It's not from these people. It was from some people offering bags of Sprite to trick or treaters. So I just had to get that out.
I'm not terribly pleased by that myself, but you know, that's not the first time. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and guess that that's a mistake rather than a deliberate falsehood, as is usually practiced by Fox and CNN, the twin heads of the Ouroboros. But I always appreciate his point of view, but because he's such a small operation and he feels, obviously he's a workaholic, which I understand, even though I have ADHD, so I spend all day working and accomplishing absolutely nothing half the time. But I appreciate him being a workaholic. I appreciate him doing kind of the one-man band thing. And he's expressed this before, the stupid fucking algorithms of YouTube, which are destroying civilization almost single-handedly, I think sometimes, they push down creators, and I use that word very loosely, they push down YouTubers who don't put out quote-unquote content, another word I want to smack people in the face over. They don't put out content often enough. If you don't put out content often enough, no matter how good and well-crafted your shit is, they downrank you. And they're downranking him anyway, so he seems to feel this compulsion to just put something out on every story, put it out as fast as possible. And I've seen fact checks like that slip through the cracks with him before. And, you know, I forgive him for it because, you know, he's trying to be fair. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but that is really disappointing and careless. And I've made stupid mistakes like that on occasion myself, especially when trying to do a one-and band kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But it's very embarrassing and hurtful. And I'm kind of embarrassed for him, but I'm not all that shocked.
Mm. Well, I think everybody, when they make that jump over to entertainer, they do have to, you know, kind of pick and choose what they report as truth and what they just report as entertainment. Frank in the chat is he runs the Bazong podcast, and he was wanting to learn more about what you write. So, and why don't you start telling everyone who's unfamiliar about, not about the wind that's really strong, but about the Life series. Because I have a hard time explaining it. It's some people become immortal from the drug Life with a Y instead of an I, and other people just get high off it, and they're on the moon or Mars, right?
They're actually on the moon of a planet orbiting Alpha Centauri, because after we, you know, sort of bungled our planet to death, you know, probably the United States and China nuked each other over Taiwan is probably how we're going to go out eventually. That'll be fun. Mutants, hooray! But, you know, everybody barely figures out to limp off to Alpha Centauri in kind of a half-assed Chinese prototype ship. And so the story starts 4,000 years in the future. When they get there, all the the descendants of the super billionaires and trillionaires right now, they sort of, and you know, this is all very shadowy because they spent a few thousand years on the moon of this planet, and they kind of forget about technology, and their history becomes more like mythology. But, you know, by the time of the story, the world is coalesced into these two castes, and one of them is called the Immortals because this drug, Life, actually makes them immortal. Whereas if, you know, the lower classes, the lower orders, who they refer to as mortals, take it, it's basically like a really shitty form of heroin. It's like fentanyl with some meth in it, and it kills you very fast. And it's a total mystery, to the mortals anyway. But for the immortals, it's great because A, they get to live forever until they get murdered or commit suicide or fall off a bridge, but they don't age. They don't get sick and die, and they have a perfect justification for having a caste system because obviously they're biologically superior to the mortals. But the main character and the whole series, which like I said, I've smashed into one book because it just didn't work as a trilogy or a quadrilogy. Where was I? God, I really honestly have forgotten to talk.
Immortals,
so
fentanyl, and meth. Really shitty drug. It was hard combining it into one book, I believe.
Right. And so I've named the entire combined work Elektra's Revenge after the main character. And Elektra is, an angry young woman who shoots life even though she's immortal and knows it's terrible for her, and drinks all kinds of moon vodka and works in a restaurant because that's her fate. And she stumbles upon the secret behind why mortals live forever on this drug. And I mean, immortals live forever on this drug, and mortals just get sick and die at 40. And I'm not going to give you any more spoilers, but that's the basic premise. And it's kind of built on earlier books I've written. I invented or kind of stole from Thackeray a genre that I've called black pill sitcoms. It's like if Juvenal, the Roman satirist, wrote a sitcom. And I've been practicing this sort of genre of writing that I made up / stole for about 10 years, I guess. And I finally learned to do it well enough to write down this science fiction idea I've had forever. So I've written a bunch of other books. Actually, my best book so far, Nusquam, which is the stupidestly named book ever because it's in Latin, and nobody in the United States speaks Latin. I thought it was a good title at the time, but people just look at it and go, I'm not buying that because I have no idea what the fuck that means, and it makes me feel stupid. And if there's anything stupid Americans hate, it's being made to feel stupid. We love to feel smart. But that book's been out of print for a little while. There were actually 2 editions. The first one sold out. The second one was a POD. And now I'm re-releasing that very soon, right after Elektra's Revenge comes out. But
I just bought that recently. I'm pretty sure I just bought that recently, though.
Did you get it on Kindle? There is a Kindle version.
Yeah, I did buy it on Kindle, yeah.
Okay. That version is kind of fucked because my publisher, Nine Banded Books, poured it into InDesign before I came up with a bunch of new edits I wanted to make. So it was edited in InDesign, and so I had to actually pay somebody to convert the files for me to re-release it. And basically the Kindle version that's out there is kind of jacked right now. So once again, contact me and I can send you a better Kindle version. Okay.
What do we contact you at? I don't have your email.
So. Oh, okay. Well, it's my first initial last name, ASTERZINGERZ @gmail.com.
Okay.
So it's first initial last name and then an extra letter Z. That's also where anyone who wants to help me get out of the complete shit show that my life became after almost dying during a sexual assault and then almost dying during typhus, you can PayPal me there. Wow, that was clever of me. I'm getting so much better at self-promotion. I'm so fucking proud of myself.
I can't laugh. It's too dark. It's too dark to laugh about. I'm glad you can laugh about it.
Oh, God, as you can tell from the genre that I write in, humor is my coping mechanism. When I was at the hospital, I was alternately like terror vomiting and telling rape jokes and laughing. The hospital staff were like, okay, somebody get the straitjacket ready.
Do you still talk to Jim Goad?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, he's still near Atlanta, which is where the latest police shooting occurred and therefore where the fresh riots have occurred. So I better make sure he's okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Unfortunately, he's in Atlanta. What? He didn't get arrested, did he?
No. Did you? Oh, okay. My earlier remarks about the riots, the new riots, might have been confusing if you haven't heard this latest news item. On Friday night, some guy, and passing out drunk like this is the kind of thing that I would have done if I were actually able to drive. Thank God I have too many neurological conditions to drive. But if I could drive, I might have been the guy passing out in I think it was a Wendy's. This dude passed out in the drive-thru at the Wendy's, and all the customers were complaining because his car was stuck there and they couldn't get their drunk burgers. So they called the cops. The cops show up, and the guy's still wasted. They book him on a DUI, even though he wasn't technically driving. He was just asleep in a parking lot, but obviously he had to drive to get there. I don't know what their logic was. But while they were putting the handcuffs on him, he freaked out, started fighting with them, and grabbed one of their tasers. I mean, that's some incompetent cop if you let a drunk guy get your taser. Come on, get it together, people. And he was kind of half fleeing. You can look up the footage. He was kind of half fleeing, stumbling, but he turned around and tried to fire the taser at the cops. And one of the cops freaked out and shot him dead.
Oh.
And so now Atlanta is on fire again.
Well, what does that have to do with Jim Goad? You're just worried that he might have gotten caught in the middle or something?
No, she's just saying that he's in the area, so he doesn't need to be.
So, Ken, have you ever tried your hand at fiction?
Oh, pretty soon Zach will be able to tell you all about it.
Yeah, he sent me a couple short stories.
So
I think he sent them to Gregor too, but I don't think Gregor will be talking about them.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I think you told me to contact him in Facebook, and since I use Facebook as a fan page, most people I cannot interact with, because unless they set their own page to allow interaction with people with fan pages, then we're not allowed to say anything. We're not allowed to comment. We're not allowed to contact, nothing.
But based on who?
Based on whoever sets up their own Facebook page. I think that they need to change the settings to allow interaction with people who are running fan pages.
Oh, okay. I think I get
So anyhow, that's just a side note on technicalities, why I didn't get in touch with anybody else.
Wait, did Ann drop out again? I guess.
Yeah, I think she did.
Okay. Well, hopefully she comes back. There she is. Keep going, Ken. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I've written just maybe 3 or 4 very short stories, mostly because an idea came to mind and I wanted to set it down. So maybe it's a beginning point for somebody who actually knows how to write fiction to take off of. But I don't know. I thought it was a fun experience. And to tell you the truth, I find those fictional stories to be, when I think of people reading them, it's the most embarrassing thing for me, because after having published I don't even know how many books, for some reason the fiction genre makes me so embarrassed, because it's such a whole different genre, and they're getting a peek inside a different side of my brain, right? It's a whole different thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where here's stuff I'm literally inventing, right?
Because right now I'm trying to try my hand at nonfiction, a very small nonfiction project simultaneously while writing my next novel, and it's like 1,000 words of nonfiction is like pulling teeth, whereas I can get 2,000 to 3,000 words of fiction easier, and I feel better and more fulfilled and happy with the words, and I've actually accomplished something mentally helpful. Whereas nonfiction, there's so many factual points that you have to make mesh together. It's hard to get a good flow to it. Maybe it's a skill you just get better with at time.
Actually, I did publish. It's a free Kindle version in Amazon. That's a fictional book. But one thing I found is you have to kind of switch from the way you're used to writing. For instance, when I wrote my research-based book, which is nonfiction about the golem, I thought, hey, I'm going to contribute my own bit of folklore. So within that non-fictional book, I did actually publish a fictional tale about a golem. And I remember I had a very sharp teenager friend of the family's read it for me just to double, see what she thought. And she said, details, more description, more details. But see, in my researcher's mind, you know what? Unfortunately, Goodreads has the old cover. That was the original cover, and I changed it. But anyhow, but in my researcher's mind, I was thinking, oh, see, that's much better. I was thinking, well, I don't care about all these details. I just want to get to the bottom line of the plot. Let's get on with it. So, see, I could kind of see how my non-fiction mind was clashing with my fiction mind. I just wanted to not waste any time and just kind of let's get to the bottom line of this one. And
Yeah,
so that
that
was
is
an
a big
interesting
difference.
experience. Yeah.
Yeah, because like for me anyway, I know Jeremy has different thoughts about fiction, but like I like fiction that wonders, and it's kind of like wonders with an A, and it's kind of like you're walking through a mental / spiritual
Right.
place, and you know it kind of ties back to that whole stream of consciousness idea. It's like you're nothing going on in your mind like when you're encountering like I guess an emotional type thing. It's never really fact based. There's so much like weird nuance that sometimes only you can understand, but when it gets across in fiction and someone else can understand it, like it's just kind of like a communication that doesn't kind of goes like beneath and above facts, in my opinion.
And
Not
once
the
again,
facts
I have
aren't-
no idea what you're talking about.
Sure you don't.
Keep going.
That's funny. I've never really thought to agonize over this because from the start, before they decided that I was too old to be a journalist, journalism used to be my day job. So I kind of learned to write nonfiction alongside writing fiction, and switching back and forth is just a matter of, it's kind of like languages. Like English and Chinese that have very simple grammar often have very complicated vocabulary because like the average brain can only take on so much of a load. So with, the load switch with fiction versus nonfiction is, like you were saying, with nonfiction, you have to make sure all the facts are correct. And then the other trick is to weave them into a satisfying narrative without being untruthful. But in another way, it's kind of easy because all the material is there for you. It's in the world. Whereas with fiction, you can fudge things around and make them fit with your imagination, but you have to generate shit out of your imagination.
Yeah.
Oh, so Anne, explain to me what a guinea horse is. It sounds like a giant guinea pig that is used for a stagecoach or something. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a native species that looks vaguely like a guinea pig, but it's the size of a horse. It's basically the result of the fact that I love fucking capybaras, and if I could ride around in a capybara all day, it would just make my life.
You are so right. I love those things too. I just can't imagine waking up to one like brooding over you and it's drooling on you. I mean, but they are pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm so obsessed with these animals. I've seen videos of people who have them as pets, and they're just fucking awesome.
They always go in the pool. They love the pool.
Yeah, they love the water. Speaking of things that I'm glad aren't on tape, when I was very young and drunk in Madison, Wisconsin, they had capybaras in a pen, and I got shit-faced and tried to climb into the pen with the capybaras.
At the zoo or the park or what?
Yeah, at the zoo. At the zoo in Madison. But once again, and I think this is a male versus female difference, I've been arrested a couple of times, and it's never occurred to me to do what the dude in Atlanta did and like try to escape or wrestle with the cop or run away. I think that's purely a man thing. Because like when the cops were like, okay, you can't try to have sex with the capybaras, you need to get out of there. I was like, oh, sorry, okay, please don't shoot me. This is why you never hear about women being killed by the cops, because we're just like, oh, okay.
Well, I feel bad about laughing about that, actually. I guess I just kind of had my brain on autopilot for a second. I'm sorry about that. But no, you're right, though. I can't think of many instances where it wasn't a male that I can think of. I don't know. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah.
Ben, you still here, brother?
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. What do you think about...
Sorry, I was spacing out. I didn't realize you were talking to me.
Okay, sorry. Are we boring you?
No, I was just really spaced out.
I think ADHD is catching, and I gave it to Ben.
No, I've supposedly had that for a while now.
How can you be bored with Ann Sterzinger and Ken Ammi in the same video call?
Well, that's just it. I was listening to them and spacing out and didn't realize you were talking to me.
Okay, gotcha. So she was saying that. Okay, that wind's really loud, but
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll mute myself right now.
just when it gets strong, if you can tell. But she was saying how it's never women getting killed by cops, and trying to get away during arrests. It's always men that end up killed during these arrests with police brutality and everything.
Well, the Breonna Taylor one is one of the higher ones.
Okay, when
she
was
was
that?
killed in her. That was a while back. She was killed in her bed.
Right, but she wasn't resisting arrest. I'm talking about specifically, like, yeah, women do get killed by the cops, but we don't get killed as often because we just don't have that instinct. I guess it's a testosterone thing to be like, because it just doesn't seem logical to me, especially if you're in a city, to try and like attack the cop or run away. Because like, how fast can you run? There's cops everywhere, and there's video cameras everywhere, so they'll find you. There's no point to running. But that's like a female brain talking. The male brain appears to go, and I love men. I'm not trying to be sexist. I'm just making an observation. There seems to be something about the male brain that goes, somehow I can get out of this if I'm badass enough.
Well, there are people who have gotten away, even though it's not really a wise move.
It's a flight or fight thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you ever watch that television show that is no longer allowed on TV, it was called Cops.
Oh yeah.
How many times have I watched that show? And say, for instance, they pull somebody over because they had a light out on their license plate. Oh, you got to change the light bulb, buddy. That would have been it. But then the guy started to ruckus and ended up going to jail because he just couldn't keep his mouth shut for 5 minutes.
It's like I said on my Facebook, before social media, Cops was the best way to see the worst, the dumbest of human trash in action. And some of the criminals were pretty bad too.
This girl wouldn't happen to be the one where the cop had the wrong apartment, would it?
Yeah.
No, that was me. Oh, was it her too? I thought
that
the cops
happened to
busted
Breonna
into her
Taylor.
apartment because one of her roommates or her husband or somebody was involved in drugs. What happened to me, I was only 21, but we had a roommate who we didn't know his family was in the mafia. We just kicked him out because he kept throwing his girlfriend at the wall, and we knew we weren't going to get our security deposit back because there's all these like girl-shaped holes in the wall. So we're like, dude, you got to go. 9 months later, the cops show up like guns blazing, kicking in our door. I'm still drunk. It's like 6 a.m. I'm still drunk. I'm passed out on a mattress in the living room because this is a punk house. And I'm just like, oh, what the fuck? I was having a dream. I didn't know what was going on. It didn't seem real. But I figured out what was going on fast enough not to get shot. And the key thing is, I didn't try to argue with them and go, no, this isn't fair. I wasn't doing anything. What was I doing? Like you're not a genius if you think that you can argue with an armed police officer about how they're not being fair when they've got like an adrenaline spike going and they're waving a gun in your face.
That I don't know. This kind of scares me right here, though. This thing about no-knock warrants. Looking at this girl's case, I've never heard of a no-knock warrant, but that's pretty sketchy,
Yeah, those are
that's what they had for us. It was they just kicked down the door and started pitting people up against the wall.
But I mean, no matter how much you try to sovereign citizen your way out of it, they're probably going to do what they came to do in the end, and it's not always a good thing. But
yeah, I mean, my reasoning was I was like, I had literally no idea what they were there for because I still didn't know the dude was a drug dealer until this all shook out after they tore apart our house and looked everywhere, and they only found one roommate had like half a gram of pot or something. He was lucky enough to have wealthy parents, so their lawyer got him off. That's a whole other set of stories. That lawyer was a piece of work. But
I'd like to know how. Go ahead.
I think they might have been going through our trash. They found like pot seeds and stuff, and this kid had people going in and out. We were dumb. We didn't realize what he was doing. But and also, since it was kind of smallish town cops, they were way too excited to get to use their guns. Like the cop who was menacing me, I could see he had a hard on. Like through his ugly cop pants, I could see he had a hard on.
Was it for you?
You know? So I
spent
spent,
his ugly cop pants.
no, it was for his gun. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like it wasn't her
I'm pretty
exactly.
sure.
It was the thought of putting a bullet in her that had him
Damn.
rock fucking hard.
Yeah.
Oh, what that reminds me.
exactly,
I want to say this before
exactly.
I completely forget. We've had William Ramsey on talking about the smiley face killers a lot.
Yeah.
I want to get Eponymous Rocks on because he's compiled a lot of evidence to where he believes a very large percentage of those murders are actually perpetrated by cops, and that it all kind of fits because the reason these people like they're not finding a cause of death
Okay.
because they've been like tased or something, and there's no way to detect that, and then they dump the bodies in water, and then there are instances that make them think that like they were drunk by the side of the road or something because they'll find their IDs and stuff on the side of the road, like they were pulled over by a cop and asked to show their ID and then grabbed and thrown in a vehicle or whatever and dropped it.
Yeah. Ken, have you followed the whole smiley face killer thing?
Me, no.
Only via William Ramsey's work, pretty much.
So this is the fictional. What is this that you sent me here to put up on screen again?
Well, no, so that's a whole different context. This is not about true crime or anything like that.
That's fine. We can.
Okay. No, that's just just one of the short stories that's a fictional tale.
18 pages. Okay.
Yeah, very short.
Now, you said you had an interesting story behind this.
It's not so much behind, but about how I realized when I want to write a work of fiction, or I guess any work, it's important for an author to write down everything they actually meant to write down. Because if I may, the interesting part was I'm going to name drop. How about that?
Yeah.
So you guys know the Matrix trilogy, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
So the Oracle in the Matrix.
Oh, Whoopi Goldberg's character. That was her, right? I'm not remembering that wrong, am I?
I don't know if it was Whoopi Goldberg, but
I could swear to God it was her. Am I thinking of Star Trek?
You're probably thinking of Ghost.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of Star Trek, aren't I? God damn it.
Okay, so
no, I was definitely thinking of Star Trek.
Oh, what about the Matrix now? I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so I was having a conversation with the real life Oracle, and I told her, hey, yeah, I wrote this fictional tale, and I mentioned this certain thing in there, which is that drones would fly over populations, and they could read your DNA, and they could figure out how certain people tend to congregate together. Anyhow. And then I actually looked at the published story, and I was like, I thought that, and I wanted it in the story. I didn't actually write it. So then I had to edit it because there was that element of it that I wanted in there, and I completely forgot to actually type it out.
Oh.
Yeah, that was crazy because I could have sworn I typed it out, but it's just because it was stuck in my head.
Mm-hmm. So have you got a good reception from this one here?
Oh, not by the looks of it. Even though it's free, nobody's even looked at it.
Oh, it says here 99 cents to buy. But
oh, well, I guess Kindle. Oh, I see. 99 cents. Right. I guess that's the least you could charge for it unless you got Kindle Unlimited.
That's still pretty good. What books? What is your highest best-selling book? You've got to have one that sells most out of all these, right?
It's funny you asked that because you're the second person this week to ask me that, and I have no idea, honestly.
You don't keep track of your sales or anything?
I don't. It would probably be relatively easy to look somewhere in Amazon and figure it out, but I guess I haven't really bothered.
Yeah, you can go under your account and look and find that in one of the drop down menus. You got to go through several of them, but Anne, you still there, hon? Hey, Anne. I didn't mute her. She muted her. Oh, she muted herself. Okay.
No.
Hey, you still there?
Yeah, I can't. Oh, yeah, I couldn't seem to unmute myself for a second because my phone's a piece of shit.
Oh.
But
So, what's next for you? Publishing
well,
wise.
I've already written. Well, right now I'm hopefully within the next week, unless something else god awful happens here in LA, I will be putting out the whole version of Electra's Revenge. And I'm kind of proud of it. I've been working on it forever. I'm doing the last edit. It's fairly polished for such a long ass book because I've been working on it forever. And then I actually just re-released my translation of In the Sky by Octave Mirbeau on 9-banded books. It was out of print for a little while, but we decided to put it back in because there was a copycat translator, and I was like, God damn it, no one's going to forget that I was the first English translation of this book, son of a bitch, God damn it. So that's already out, and once I get done releasing Electra's Revenge, I'm going to put the finishing touches on the third version of Nusquam, which, for better or for worse, seems to be my cash cow. God help me, I don't know why I didn't just name it like, I don't know.
You could rename
why
it.
trying to be a classics professor suck?
You could probably.
Yeah, I suppose I could.
Yeah.
I suppose I could, but then I'd lose all. I'd lose all the like years of momentum it's built up under its current stupid name. I mean, here I am, 45 years old, and just learning to self-promote. It's embarrassing. But after that, I've got a couple of drafts written. Actually, this reminds me, like that whole discussion about police violence. I have a draft that's kind of based on the fallout of the cops raiding my house. And it's fictionalized, but it's kind of more autobiographical than I usually let myself go. I've tentatively called it something like, let's see, the two guys' names were actually Brett and Nigel. And after we got drug raided, we got evicted, and one of them kind of drove the other to suicide because they had this sort of like uneasy, sort of homoerotic relationship, which kind of revolved around having sex with underage girls. They were very weird people, and so they made very promising material for a manuscript. But I also
How did you learn all this? How did you find out about all this?
Oh, I was there.
No, but how do you know the part about how one drove the other to suicide? You're talking about the real life cops who raided your house, right?
Right, but I'm talking about my roommates who I got evicted with.
Oh,
like
okay, okay.
The drug raid was kind of like what kicked off the whole series of other events that ended with actually the
what?
You still there, Ann? No, I think she's off.
Okay. So Ken, is he gone too?
No, I'm here.
Do you purposefully try to look like Jesus in your avatar icon, or is that, I'm sorry if that's probably an off-color question to ask, but I mean, I don't know. Are you trying to look like Old Testament transitioning into New Testament type? Is that the look you're going for there? Or?
Well, I generally do wear a beard, and it generally gets really big during the winter. But what happened is a buddy of mine wanted to do a photo shoot depicting Jesus. And, well, that was maybe a decade ago now, I think. And I told him, well, let's get it done, because I'm getting to be quite a bit older than he was. And you can't exactly do a photo shoot, Jesus the later years. So let's get it done. And now that was one of the photos that came out of that shoot. And actually, it was when we were done because he had me. He had poured some oil on my forehead, right? So when we were done, I was just wiping my face with a beach towel, and I draped it over my head. And he says, "Wait, wait," and he took that one, and that's kind of one of the classic ones that came out of it, just because I put a towel on my head.
It's
Yeah.
funny how you word it like that.
Yeah,
It worked out great after I put a towel on my head.
yeah, it did.
Okay, but do you have any? And we'll be quick about this, but do you have any other movies that you intend to analyze under this umbrella thing that you're doing, worldview reviews or something like you did with Stephen King's It and also Alien versus Predator? Do you have any other movies that you're going to tackle in the future?
That is a very timely question because as soon as I'm done with William Ramsey's project, the next book was going to be movies with alien themes in them.
Sweet.
Okay, so what are we talking about? Fire in the Sky, Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
You know what? One of
yeah.
the difficulties has been trying to narrow down exactly what to go for. So I'm thinking maybe a couple of old ones, a couple of B movies, and a couple of just very popular ones. I don't want to name them all, but well, partly because I haven't quite decided yet. But it'll be the same kind of idea. It's just kind of looking through the themes.
Well, I know personally, if it were up to me, I would say definitely Close Encounters of the Third Kind, then Fire in the Sky, because it almost, you could probably make the argument that it touches on themes of battling, I don't know, being snatched up by the devil or something. And yeah, that's really loud. Okay, but so Fire in the Sky.
Let me tell you something interesting about that movie. Is
Okay.
remember when he's on the ship and he thinks that he's seeing the traditional gray alien,
Yeah.
and then he finds out it's just
Space.
just what their astronaut suits look like.
Yeah.
I asked Travis Walton about that, and he said that was actually not his experience. That was just a movie thing.
Most of that, I understand, is not what he experienced. So you spoke with Travis Walton personally?
Just emailed a little bit.
Oh, okay.
I met him in person. He was in a hot tub.
I would love to talk to Travis Walton on this
Wait,
show.
hold on, back up. I want to hear that story.
My uncle actually, maybe 10 years ago, my uncle used to live in actually Roswell, New Mexico.
Hmm.
And he moved down there and married a Mexican lady. And so we went down there and I stayed at a Holiday Inn. And they were having some kind of a festival in the town like the next day. And he was just freaking hanging out in the hot tub.
Cool. At least you got to meet him. I would love to have him on the show sometime, but I don't know what it would take. So another one that I really think I would insist that you have on there, just because you don't want to miss this chance to talk about it in that light. And and it's Communion by Whitley Strieber.
Oh, yes.
That's very heavily spiritual
Yes.
series of books anyway, and I get more and more skeptical the more Whitley Strieber tries to profit off his alleged experiences, and some of it just gets so out there that it's like, come on, dude, now you're just making this up. But
so now a note about that movie really quick. There's a scene in there where he's hanging out with the gray aliens and he pulls off the bottom half of its face.
Yeah,
and it's like, right, and underneath there's, I don't know, some kind of wiggly reptilian thing, right?
Yeah.
And I thought that was very interesting because it's very much like the Fire in the Sky movie where you think you're looking at something but it's not really that. But in this case, again, also Whitley Strieber told me that was not an experience of his. That was just a movie thing.
Well, yeah, because I figured that it wasn't. Well, one, because it wasn't mentioned in the Communion book, but also because he sees like an illusion of himself, like goofing around with aliens and they're saying you're never going to understand
Right.
what happened. And I kind of figured that wasn't part of his experience, really. You know?
Yeah, in the movie they tell him he says, "Oh, it's like a Russian doll type of thing, where there's just layer after layer, and you're never going to show us what you actually are."
It's he says it's like it's like a nesting doll, yeah, where it's like
Russian doll, yeah.
you open one up and then there's another one
Right.
inside. Open that up, there's another one inside, and he says you're not going to let us see you. And he says
Right.
you're never going to see us, so just get that out of your head. And he's like, you're never going to let us see you. That's smart. Great scene. I don't know why. But okay, so you are going to cover communion in this series?
Well, I don't know. I'm thinking. I had not considered including movies that were supposedly based on real events. So I might. Maybe I'll have a section in the book about that. That's a good idea.
Okay. Well, I think we there are a few things that we have to there's a few things that we have to settle up with Ann on. Do you think you wouldn't come back in a few more weeks, man?
So I would be honored. Yes,
right.
I would be honored.
It was a real blast as always, and we may want to set that up in the future where you and Jim Wilhelmsen, kind of clash, like in a battle of the minds or something.
Yeah. I tried getting that. I'm really not sure how on board Jim is with it. He seems to. He always wants to avoid debate.
Yeah,
and I think he kind of insinuated that I'm a little too what's the word for it? Abrasive when it comes with the Nephilim stuff. So I don't think he thinks like it would be possible for it not to go there. But I could always stay out of it and just let Ken and Jim have a discussion, which is a thing I will run by him.
Okay, he was a great guest, and he got us a lot of listens. But I mean, he has no room to criticize anybody when he thinks that Star Trek aliens are legitimately going to appear in Israel by a pyramid or something. That's not.
I tell you what, if you want, just look at the list of authors I discuss in my most recent book, and then just contact any of them and see if they want to do it.
Yeah, that's one thing I thought about doing. I don't know if you got to Nick Redfern in that book, but I talked to a friend who's been somewhat had contact with him, and it seems like the higher they get, like if they've been on freaking Ancient Aliens, even if it's just once, they're not going to do it.
They have arrived.
Well, thanks, Ken. And like I said, we've got some stuff to get into with just Ann.
Yes.
And so I don't mean to be dismissive, but if you want to come back in a week or two, or maybe 2 weeks, I would be totally okay with that. And you're welcome to come back on a semi-regular basis, if you
appreciate it very much.
All right. So we'll see you in a few weeks then. And
okay, good night, gents, and Ann.
And what?
I was saying good night, gents, and Ann.
Good night.
Alrighty.
Good night. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ken.
So, okay, so Ann, let's get down to brass tacks. What is the character arc of Elektra in this book? Because in these books, because you are now going to release each one in one self-contained book. What can we expect to see from her journey? Because right now, all I see is her as a waitress and a disrespected, unappreciated girlfriend.
I guess if you really want to boil it down, her character arc sort of goes from a diffuse, self-pitying addict, which, she has some legit reasons for self-pity. This is a little bit more background on the city. Since they've given up on technology and everyone's illiterate, the most popular art form in the city is theater, but since she's immortal, she never gets any roles except a singing plant, even though she's really talented. So she has reason to be bitter, but she's at the beginning of her story. Wow, this isn't boiling it down at all, is it?
I'm enraptured. I'm fascinated. Go ahead.
Okay. I meant for this to be like 4 words long, but oh well. She starts out just, you know, taking a couple of legitimate complaints she has and turning them into a self-destructive grudge that does nothing but hurt herself and the people around her. And she doesn't really know how to love. She's only ever dated one person, and it was more of an obsession than a love. And through a series of events, she actually falls in love, and she's rejected in the end, but at least she knows how to love. She finds the secret to why mortals and immortals aren't really different. It's just that the immortals are greedy dicks. And so she kind of, when she discovers this secret, she sort of begins this transformation from just feeling self-pity about her own lot to seeing the bigger picture. And it's not like she becomes a positive Pollyanna type person. The secret, you know, there's another deeper, worse secret she stumbles upon later in the book. But it's kind of a, I didn't realize this actually till I listened to Jordan Peterson, but some of the shit later in the book really gets into a sort of Jungian journey into the belly of the beast almost. It's a subterranean journey, kind of a twisted version of a hero's journey. And it, you know, it starts from learning this secret that lets her start reflecting on the fact that, yes, she's been done wrong and she's mad and she's an angry young woman, but there are bigger things in her own experience. And she starts to see that it's not so much that she's been singled out by the universe to be cheated. It's just that humanity is kind of terrible. And anyone who wants to be decent is probably going to wind up suffering. And she comes to this realization, and she's allowed a sort of catharsis that most of us never really get because she's in a science fiction novel. And, you know, she can sort of, I don't want to do any more spoilers, but she can sort of make a statement to humanity on what kind of animals we are in a really poetic and yet humorous way. So she moves from sheer self-pity to a sort of transcendent misanthropy.
As in, she's come to accept that, you know, we're all screwed on a cosmic wavelength.
Yeah. She moves from, you know, having this paranoid thought that a lot of young people, you know, even our, you know, Black Lives Matter and Antifa people, or, you know, us in our sort of proto-punk, you know, youth, like a lot of young people who don't have it easy early in life get the idea that the universe has been set up just to fuck with them. And so they fuck with everybody, even people who are just as fucked as they are, because they take it all personally. And they haven't had the experience, they haven't learned enough yet to know that basically, unless they're an asshole, everyone around you is kind of suffering. And largely, we're suffering unnecessarily because of things about human nature that allowed us to evolve to be the apex predator in the world. But
whoa, Ben, Ben, did you fall asleep, brother?
Oh God, I killed him.
Ben is
I'll
asleep.
call him.
Ben, you pulled a Daniel Gonzalez on us.
I killed Ben! Oh my God!
Ben,
I'm calling him right now.
where did Ann left us too? Ben! Hey, Ben, dude.
This is awesome.
Ben Arzate! Come on, dude.
I don't think he has his ringer on.
What should let's roll with this.
This is awesome, dude.
Ben, what do you
That's
think
freaking
about
amazing.
what? Ben, what do you think about the Lakers' chances this year? I don't.
Man, you know what's stupid, Jeremy?
What?
Anarchism.
All anarchists are a bunch of cucks, cuck hipsters that, and they're probably were convicted of arson in their teenage years. That didn't do it either, huh? So Ben, tell us the virtues of investing in cryptocurrency right now. No, that definitely won't wake him up.
Wow, I killed Ben. I need to put that in my blurb for Electric Revenge.
And don't worry about it. You're it's not your fault. You're doing a fine job. So to continue, Ben, you're gonna feel really stupid when you listen to this back when you wake up. I don't know. Was it that I didn't give him enough room to talk? Is it because he's
having the Gregor blues too? That's what.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
Gregor blues going on.
I thought he would be like totally alert. I thought he would be totally alert since Ann's on. I hope it wasn't Ken that put him to sleep.
Well,
I think he's been working a lot.
Well,
that's probably what it is.
Yeah. I've done the same thing. My ex was so excited. The first time I ever went to San Francisco, actually the only time I ever went to San Francisco, or was it here in LA? I can't remember.
Just block out the snoring and talk.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. He was all excited. My ex was all excited because he was going to take me to meet like his mentors, who were these famous writers, at least in academia. Oh, that reminds me. You know your douchebag guy who said like he wasn't allowed to star in the whole show or whatever?
Yeah, Chit Williams.
You know, there are all these writers who are stars in academia, but nobody else has ever heard of them.
Right.
You know, not even other.
They think that they're a big deal when they're really not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same way with the Bizarro community, I found.
Yeah, except it's worse because, like, at least in the Bizarro community, the kids are going there hoping to score some Xanax. With academics, they see all these. They see all these kids who are packed into the seats listening to them, and they're like, "Wow, I really am a brilliant Shakespeare." And what they don't realize is the kids are there for free food or because they're being forced to for their freshman English class. So yeah, they get this like. Anyway, these people were that kind of writer. Like, they think they're a big deal. My ex went to grad school, so he thought they were a big deal. I had no idea who they were. I was supposed to be excited. You know, maybe I could be a New York Times bestseller by now if I hadn't done this. But I was so tired and so cold all day that I didn't bring good enough clothes to go to San Francisco because I thought it was in California. It's going to be warm, right? Nope, wrong. So I get into their house. It's nice and warm. I just uncontrollably go narcoleptic on their couch for like hours. Yeah, my boyfriend was trying to get me to converse with them and network and shit. And, you know, networking is not my forte even on my best day. But when I'm like having the narcolepsy, forget it. We left. He was so pissed. He was so fucking pissed at me. He was like, that was the best opportunity, blah, blah, blah. Like, well, you probably shouldn't have made me walk like 6 miles in 50 degrees in a skirt.
Yeah, people who think in terms of like opportunity, as in like, oh my God, we gotta go here to meet this person because they can help me. It's just so weird to me. I don't get it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it seems kind of unethical to begin with, and then I wouldn't even know what to do. Like if I were to seriously try, I'd just show up and be like, hey, can you help me, you know, become more famous than you are? Because really, you're kind of pathetic, but this is the kind of shit I have to do. So can you help me? I've never heard of you, but what the fuck? I figured this is worth a try, right? Oh, you don't want to help me? Why not?
Yeah, I like what that dude, I don't know, I can't remember his name, but he was the Tyrant Books editor, publisher dude, talking about when that Atticus Lynch book, I think it's the author's name, came out from Tyrant, the New York Tyrant, that he had to go to some kind of Ken Faulkner Award thing, and that he hated the social climbing and the people there so much that he just like disrupted this big ceremony that they have where they like, you know, hand out awards and stuff. Oh, have you read that story, Jeremy?
No, I'm not. Tyrant Books. Who runs that again?
I don't know the dude's name. It's sometimes they call it the New York Tyrant. and they're kind of like one of those literary presses, but they're like not at all affiliated with like any sort of academia, even though their books.
Scott McClanahan? Was it Scott McClanahan?
He had a book through him. Yeah, I think it was that Hill William.
Okay, that guy is hilarious. Okay, seriously. But no, who's above him? Who runs it?
All I know is that he calls himself the New York Tyrant, obviously.
Okay.
But I don't know I don't know his name.
So basically, a lot of social climbing going on.
Yeah, it was just a funny story.
Frank said maybe Ben fell asleep reading poetry. Wouldn't it be funny if it was his own poetry? So, what happens after you publish the full, complete life Electra's Revenge saga? Like, what are you going to do after that? You may have already answered that. I don't remember.
My phone dropped out again out here in Edward Scissorhands land. Apparently the rioters have shot the satellites out of the sky. I mean that's a good way to keep me from taking over the whole show. Actually, is to like have my phone go out all the time, because I do talk a mile a minute when the tech stuff is going all right. But as I was trying to say, I have 2 manuscripts that I'm already well into, and I've always made fun of people like Dave Eggers for writing autobiographical shit, because the people who get famous writing autobiographical shit and the people who are really schmaltzy about writing it usually don't have very interesting lives. But a couple of my friends have been convincing me, like, Anne, you're the only person that any of this shit happens to. Like everything from almost dying of a medieval disease to that time I bought a box of cereal at Trader Joe's and they put a noose in it for some reason. Like I open it up, there's a noose in my cereal. Like
what? How long? Like a full noose?
It was a piece of like polyester rope. It was a miniature noose, a loop at the end. I was like, was this a prank that was supposed to like hit Jussie Smollett and I didn't see him and I like pushed him aside at the door and I grabbed my cereal a box too early and I got his prank? Like, what the fuck? Who gets a noose in their fucking, Jozos? Only me.
Jozos. Wow. Yeah.
And so I've been convinced that, maybe it's worth writing on some of this crazy shit that happens to me. Not in the grandiose sort of like, I'm a genius Dave Eggers way, but like, you're never going to believe the shit that happens to me all the time kind of way. And one of them is going to be more fictionalized. It's the story about, the 2 roommates with the weird homoerotic thing going on after the cops drug raided our house and we got evicted, and how one of them wound up. Well, we had a house band and I was playing the drums, but I owned a bass guitar. And the bass player was borrowing it. He was the one who killed himself. He stole my bass and pawned it to buy enough heroin to get the nerve to hang himself. And I'm like, man, I hadn't thought about this story for years. But when somebody said, you should write down some of your weird experiences, I was like, in a twisted way, that's kind of a nice little arc for a love story. A real twisted love story.
Yeah.
There's cops. There's a little bit of a Romeo and.
It's like a punk rock Brokeback Mountain. It's kind of a punk rock Brokeback Mountain kind of.
The only way I could do anything autobiographical is like if it wasn't like a straight story, like I wasn't telling my life story, but like I was using things like that happened to me to like somehow influence like something philosophically. So it's more about like the idea, and then it's almost like whatever happened to you is like research for it, if that makes sense. That's kind of what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can pull that off.
Yeah, that kind of really better describes the other manuscript that I've got about halfway written. Like I'm probably this one I'm probably gonna go for first, and then I'll do the love story as kind of a lighter, fun thing. I'll do it as fiction. This one's going to be more of an essay, and it's kind of based on a lot of the mistakes I made dealing with a Fruit Loop. You guys might have heard of Matt Forney.
Yeah, we talked about him last time. Yeah.
Wait, who is he? What?
Yeah,
Okay, this guy once wrote a blog or talking about how he bragging about how he raped.
Oh,
you.
is
Is
he a
that right?
manosphere dude?
yeah. He wrote a blog post, basically accusing himself of anally raping me by way of a sort of, not a humble brag, a felony brag, I guess.
Why would you?
You know, and I
admit
never. Yeah, I don't know, because he's fucking loopy.
But you
And,
don't think
you know,
he
I
did
never-
actually? You don't actually think he did, right? Or do you?
I still don't know. Most, you know, I'm not going to say what percentage chance there is that I think it's true, but I never pressed charges before the statute of limitations ran out because, and I still don't think I would press charges because I'm not going to like put somebody in jail for however many years over something that I don't remember. And you know, he's a compulsive liar. So, you know, it's kind of a toss-up as to whether he was lying or not. You know, is he lying or is he being stupid? I don't know. But, you know, I'm not going to go into the legal system for something like that.
Okay, I think Ben may have either been rolled over on his keyboard or he muted himself. He woke up and muted himself because I see that I can't unmute him. So I wonder, okay, I'll be right back. Okay, so he's woken up. What a shame. I wanted to see how long that would go. Okay, so Zach, Aaron, you two talk amongst yourselves while I go take care of something myself. All right, I promise I won't fall asleep though.
Okay. Yeah,
all right, don't kill Ben, assuming he's still alive.
Thank you for that entertainment, Ben. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, that was a messed up thing. I don't remember talking about that last time. I think I was getting him confused with one of those like manosphere riders because we had, what's his name? Delicious Tacos on. I thought, if you've ever heard of that dude.
Vaguely.
Yeah, he's kind of like, I don't know. They're kind of like a weird little subset of riders, but he's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, some of them are cool. It's just some of them are Matt. I don't think they ever really liked having him attached to their movement.
Oh, so he was part of the manosphere.
Yeah, but
oh god.
And then I think he tried to be part of the alt-right, but they were like, you're not really a good example of an Aryan Ubermensch, dude. Go away. So now he's doing some Christian thing. I don't know.
Yeah, the
he's
only
loony.
one I think who is doing like is genuine about it is the Roosh guy. Now I don't know that many of them, but he's the only one that like I've come across that I feel that like what happened to him was like a genuine like spiritual and like, you know, philosophical move, because he does seem to be like, I guess, smarter than a lot of the other ones. So he did just kind of like develop that way. But I think a lot of them are basically grifters.
Yeah, I mean, it started, I forget the name of the guy. It wasn't Roosh. He's not a very good writer. But there was one who, his writing kind of impressed me. And I kind of thought this movement was going to turn into sort of a, like real life. Sorry, I'm panting. I'm walking almost straight uphill. I thought their movement was going to turn into like a real life experiment with evolutionary psychology. And I thought, oh, this might be interesting. But then it turned into them all kind of trying to weasel money out of each other.
Yeah, I'm not overly familiar with them. They kind of, basically all of them other than Roosh get on my nerves.
Yeah, well, it's just that sort of huckster vibe you get.
Yeah, that's definitely strong with them because they're not. It seems like a lot of them aren't really coming from any sort of creative standpoint. It's like they're trying to do some kind of nonfiction thing, but they don't have that much to write about. So they become like weird self-help guru type people.
Yeah, actually, the fact that they were all making so much money at one point with this bullshit was my inspiration for writing my self-help book, which is called Disaster Fitness. I started that as a parody of self-help books because I was like, every fiction writer I know, like the most successful one makes like $1,000 a month.
Yeah.
You know, the journalists I know are all getting laid off, but these dipshits writing self-help books whose own lives are in shambles. This is their rent money. How does this happen? So I started writing a parody of what they were doing. But then I realized, like, wow, I'm 45 years old. Well, I was, I think, 43 at the time, or 42. Anyway, I'm in my 40s. I'm completely insane. I've had kind of a difficult life, but I've never been overweight. If I can reverse engineer that, I can actually give people good advice.
Yeah.
So it kind of morphed into a serious self-help book, which of course nobody bought because, I didn't promise them any secret formulas.
Yeah.
I didn't really have an advertising budget either. But I mean, people are slowly starting to buy it because people do read it. And then they're like, oh, wow, this really helped me, get into working out. Because, I'm not pretending to be an exercise counselor. I just realized, oh, this is why, everybody knows they need to work out. But most people have a really hard time doing it. Whereas because of like a couple of I have to work out every day or I will peel all my skin off. And that's not really exaggerating. So I'm like, well, how can I help other people who are crazy or even not crazy kind of channel that into, like enjoying and looking forward to working out? Because, some people, even though they're in good shape, it's still something that's dreadful and it ruins their day. Like if I could reverse engineer the way this works for me, I could help a lot of people. So people are slowly catching on. But it started as a parody of these guys because, when I started the project, I was like, okay, I don't really know how to do anything except edit, which you can't really teach somebody to do. It's just practice. I can edit and write. And, the secret to that, I can put in one sentence, read a lot and work hard,
Yeah.
I was like, I don't really have any advice to give, but neither do these douchebags. And they're making, 30 grand a year or whatever. So I'll just parody what they're doing. Wow, that was a complete tangent.
That's probably a dang book I need to read. Although, like, sometimes working out's fun, but it's like, I feel that I always do it like way worse than everyone else there because I'm just going like without any like just kind of like LARPing at it, like just trying different stuff, but getting
Talking
the time
about disaster fitness, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm no athlete myself. I mean, unless you're actually training for the Olympics, and this is one of the points in my book. The whole point of working out, besides your physical health and your mental health, is to get free drugs. Because, when you work out, your brain produces, serotonin and painkillers and dopamine. So it doesn't really, as long as your form is good enough that you don't hurt yourself, it doesn't really matter, whether you're doing it right or you feel like you're LARPing.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter, if you technically accomplish anything or if you look silly or and I know that feeling you're describing because I always feel like that pretty much no matter what I do. But with working out, the whole point is just to get your body and brain into a zone where they're going to like flood your brain with drugs and make you feel temporarily better.
Yeah, I do always feel freaking like super happy when I come over to you.
Yeah, that says endorphins. Yeah. Right.
And for me, like the motivation of the endorphins and the fact that I'm really good at zoning out when I don't like what's happening. It's really easy for me to get from, to just ignore the parts of the workout that hurt at the beginning and then just enjoy the drugs. So I kind of wrote that book as attempt at giving people advice on how to sort of reverse engineer this quirk of my personality so they don't have to either like not work out and then feel shitty and feel bad about themselves or, work out every day, but it's a struggle and it's just a pain in the ass in their day instead of free drugs.
Okay, so Mr. Sleepyhead is back with us. Ben, thanks for that.
Sorry about that.
You pulled a Daniel Gonzalez.
That was amazing, man.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
I was gonna riff on it for as long as you would be snoring. By the way, you're a light snorer, so that's a good quality. I've been told that I sound like a tiger when I snore, but you're a light snorer, so that's good. And but yeah, I was gonna be like after Ann left, I was gonna ask you questions as you're snoring and everything, and act like you were answering back. It was gonna be great, but you woke up before I could do it.
Sorry about that. I just put my feet up, and next thing I knew, I nodded off.
Hey, this is the
I don't think
quiet
I got
place.
enough. I don't think I got enough sleep last night. Sorry about that.
This is the quiet place where we put people to sleep. But wow.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Ann. It wasn't you. It was
I
me.
think I know what it is. I know what it is. Okay, ever since last week, it's like the last 2 weeks have been like just the super like drama purge where everyone's freaking like petty nonsense just creates like gigantic like ripples, and like we're all over it now and the drama's done and we're just kind of like coming down off of it. But it was so bad that it actually burned us out. Like it burnt Gregor out. What else happened? I guess it was
Strange and I fought pretty hard. We got pretty heated.
Yeah, but yeah, that happened.
Chet Williamson apologized for being on our show. Never heard any bad vibes from Chris Miller at Death's Head Press. He was totally
No, I reached out to him. He's totally freaking cool and normal.
Delicious Tacos didn't have a problem with us as far as I know.
Well, it's Delicious Tacos. He doesn't give a fuck. Did
And-
Ken leave while I was asleep?
Well, no, we finished up with them because we figured, that their personalities are just too different, so we had to pick or choose one or the other. And we haven't talked. It's been longer since we talked to Ann, so I made a judgment call. But Ken will be back in a few weeks, so it's cool. He was totally cool with everything. And do you know the author Delicious Tacos? Are you familiar with that name?
I've heard the name a couple of times lately. I haven't read his.
You're a little garbled. You're not coming in. Try now.
Yeah, I must be under the satellite that the protesters to plant ally plants on.
I think he used to be in the pickup artist scene, or at least that's what he said he gets accused of at times. So he probably would have been in that whole Arini, Roosh V type crowd at one point, or at least unintentionally associated with them.
Well, not really. He wrote a lot about dating, but he didn't write like they did. He just wrote these goofy memoirs about his dating life.
Yeah, which are
Yeah,
great.
then he came on here and said that since he's 40 and can't get women anymore, he wants to move to Asia. I do.
What do you think about that whole scene, Ann? Oh boy, we lost another one. Maybe they really did put a hex on us,
Yeah, they probably did.
No,
I know me and Kevin Strange has
it's not my
flock of goth girls hexing us.
Well, see, it's not my fault that I fell asleep. I was cursed.
I'm sure she'll be back in a second. But we got some great guests next week, but we won't say who they are in order to ensure that, nobody tries to.
Frank saying maybe he fell asleep reading poetry. Yeah, I was reading your mom's poetry. Oh shit!
Nah, he didn't.
I think we ought to keep this 8 hours just to prove that we can do it.
Oh, we can do it, no doubt. But I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe we should.
Oh, we can do it, but no.
Well, no, there's no question.
Can and should are two different things.
Yeah, I don't think that we have enough. We could if we wanted to, and we could probably keep it fresh. But I think maybe, this one should be a shorter one because people are going to be, trying to figure out how to listen to this without Gregor or at times, I did want to ask anybody who's read it, what did you think of Tom Over's debut collection, if anybody's read it?
I mean, I have a copy of it, but I haven't read it yet.
Zach, you think SC might want to come on?
I don't know. It's kind of hard to get in touch with him. And I don't really. He never told me why he didn't come on last time, which I didn't ask. But
yeah,
Let me think. I got some ideas.
Oh, okay. You think and talk amongst yourselves. You can't let N back in if I'm not here, right? Can you?
No.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll try to be fast. I've got stuff I'm doing in the other room, and I'm kind of juggling, but it won't. It'll just be a second. All right. Go ahead and talk whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
Let
let
me
N
send
back.
this text real quick.
Okay. But no, talk too. You don't want dead air.
Yeah.
Not too dead anyway. I'll be back.
You tried to call me on Messenger. My phone is muted.
Yeah. You're gonna try to see if Curtis Lawson will come on. I don't think he will.
Yeah, probably not. How long was I asleep for?
Just maybe about 30, maybe 30 minutes, or maybe it's less than that. I can't really tell. Time goes kind of like weird when we do these shows to me.
Oh, I didn't realize I passed out for that long.
Yeah, that's funny.
That was pretty rude.
Hey, Frank, you want to come on?
Well, we can't let him on anyway, so.
Yeah, that's getting someone to come on. Ooh, let's see if the Curtis Lawson, see what he says.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, Ann. So what did you think of the pickup artists and that whole scene?
God.
Rush V
First of
and-
all, I gotta apologize again for my shit ass internet and for I actually passed out this afternoon. That's why I didn't know what time it was. So Ben shouldn't feel bad. But just because lockdown, I'm losing track of time completely. Sometimes I have like catatonic flashbacks, and I'll just lose a few hours.
Really?
And sometimes I just fall asleep. Today I had a really bad stomach ache, and that kind of like made me pass out. But anyway, sorry about that. Rush V, Rush, he doesn't really impress me as a writer. He's kind of a bit of a, the old. It's funny that he talks about 1,000-yard stares because he's kind of got one. But I'm trying to remember the guy's name. There was one guy in the PUA scene who really was a good writer, and he kind of gave me hope that they were doing, psychological experiments, and they were going to tell us things about how people respond to social cues and stuff, which we all could learn more about. But then it kind of devolved into them all just trying to scam money off of each other.
You don't remember what that guy's name was?
It was something like, was it Chateau Artiste?
Oh,
or was that some
Artiste, that guy. He eventually.
Or was that some other jackass? Or was that some other jackass's pen name?
I mean, I think he was a jackass. He basically just devolved into writing about women to writing about how black people have a crime bone in their brain or whatever.
What? A bone?
Not literally. I mean, like he was just writing about how, like, how black people are natural criminals and shit like that.
Oh, that
must be a different person then.
Yeah, how do
I don't remember any of that shit.
Like, how do they think they can go from like writing books about pickup culture to like some kind of like social or biological theory? Like, did they go to freaking college or what? Just don't get it.
Well, God, why do actresses think they can direct?
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. They're stupid people who think they're smart.
Yeah.
Do you do any acting yourself out there in LA? I mean, you're an adventurous, like creative spirit. So, I mean, it would make sense for you to dip your, foot in that.
I actually wound up getting 1 year of training in acting by accident, but it was in French. That's another long story. So I actually know how to do it, but LA is one of those places where you have to like hang out with people, and like you basically have to sort of cynically / drunkenly / high on coke make friends with about roughly 600 or 700 assholes before you get your first real acting job. And that kind of takes the go ahead.
You have to suck Harvey Weinstein's deformed dick before you can get a role.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there's a new Harvey Weinstein. There always is, and it's not always literal dick sucking. Who's the
Maybe
new
it's the
deformed
same
dick
Harvey
in Hollywood?
Weinstein, but he just has a costume on.
But I mean, even if you don't literally have to suck dick, we were just talking about this while Ben was passed out. Like just the like fake friendships. Like I don't even know how to do that, even if I wanted to. And I really, I treasure my actual friends, and it just feels like kind of a sacrilege to do that kind of like networky shit. And I realize it's really bad for my career as an artist not to network, but I physically can't do it. I can't like hang out and bullshit with people I don't like.
That's actually made me wonder, because I mean, I'm not, dogging anyone's work, because a lot of, the books, I read a lot of classics, and a lot of the books defined as classics, in my opinion, rightfully deserve it. But I wonder like, what else was being written in those time periods that like didn't survive to now for the sole purpose of networking.
Yeah. Oh, it had to be more back then, right? Or did it?
I mean, the example that instantly jumps to mind is Shakespeare versus Ben Jonson.
What's the story there? I don't.
Well, it's kind of fuzzy. People still haven't even agreed on whether there was a Shakespeare or not. But it basically boils down to like another Tesla versus Edison thing. I've actually seen a Ben Jonson play in a modern presentation, and it's kind of a little bit the same, like ripping off Plautus and classical Greek and Roman stuff, because that had finally filtered its way up to England after France and England wasted the first half of the Renaissance hitting each other over the head with pots and pans. That finally made it up there. So Ben Jonson uses some of the same tropes and plots as Shakespeare, but he's just wittier. Like Shakespeare is so famous for his wit. Like Jonson, maybe it's just because Jonson is a little bit more modern and more in tune with my sensibility, but it was more like actually funny. And Ben Jonson just wasn't the showman that Shakespeare was.
What about Robert Stark? Did you ever run into him and his alt-left crowd, or where they were trying to restore the, I don't know, what was that all about, Ben? What was that whole deal?
I mean, that's not really a crowd. That's just Robert. Robert is more of a radical centrist, and that was him kind of recruiting for that.
What did he write? What was it that he wrote? Vapor Island?
Journey to Vapor Island.
On Quiet Place, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I'm sorry, he was really boring, but and the book was promising, but it was so perverted, like so obsessed with the perverted stuff that like it derailed the plot to me. But are you familiar with him, Ann?
Yeah, he's interviewed me a couple of times. I actually ran into him at an event that David Cole put on in Los Angeles when I was first moving here. Ironically, it's the same event that Matt Forney and Edwin Oslin, me and David's former podcast mate, tried to kill people at, basically. And literally? Literally, they were trying to get Antifa to come and attack this event that David was putting on that had Ann Coulter as a speaker, and they were trying to sort of set up this fake Antifa event in an attempt to draw the Antifa. I forget what the exact lame plot they were trying to enact was, but they were basically trying to get violent leftists to come and clash with a 98-pound woman.
Forney.
Who's in her 50s.
Matt Forney was behind it? Really?
Yeah. The two of them are such geniuses that somehow they leaked their Facebook messages to each other as they were plotting this, because they're both very clever boys, and so somehow they leaked their Facebook messages, and David got a hold of them and knew what they were plotting to do in advance. Like they made these like Antifa flyers and were putting them out and just basically trying to start a riot to ruin David's event. And the reason Edwin did it was basically because David refused to give him free alcohol at the event. And the reason Matt did it, nobody knows. Maybe just to try and curry favor with Edwin, because that doesn't make any sense. Nobody knows. But yeah, they did try to get Ann Coulter killed by Antifa.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't really think he believed in this whole thing about, having wholesome values and whatnot when he writes the smut he does. But I mean, if that didn't cap it off, then that surely would.
Yeah, he just believes in not having a real job, I think. But anyway, because these two geniuses leaked their plan by accident before they carried it out, David got a bunch of Proud Boys as bouncers there, and so a few Antifa did show up, but they saw these like big strapping dudes and just kind of turned tail and ran. So it went off fine, and Stark was there photographing things. So I actually got to meet the dude.
Well, what did you think? Were you creeped out? Were you impressed?
He seemed extremely nervous, but very nice. Mm-hmm. I'm usually pretty nervous in social settings myself, so I kind of felt him. I actually spent most of the event hiding in the bathroom because I had like a raging UTI because I stupidly had sex after I took all the antibiotics that they gave me after I got raped to keep me from getting AIDS. Like, I'm on AIDS drugs and I'm having sex. What did I expect was going to happen? But I spent most of the event like in the bathroom with my urethra on fire.
God, man, I can't even imagine. Did you hear, speaking of AIDS drugs, did you hear that some people actually use it recreationally now?
I know somebody whose son does that. He's like, for some, and he got kind of offended when I asked him, but I wasn't like horrified by it. I was just curious, like, because when I had to take those AIDS prophylactics, I shat my brains out. I spent like 3 days doing nothing but shit and try to drink enough water to make up for the fact that it was all going out my asshole. And I'm going, why is this better than wearing a condom?
Yeah, but I don't know. Vice did a story on people who use AIDS drugs recreationally. This was back when Vice was cool and like not whiny and hipsterish. But I remember those days when Vice was cool. But did they mean they're using them so that they can have unprotected sex, or are they actually trying to get a buzz off of pooping? A buzz. No, they're getting a buzz. It's like the same feel that you get from a hallucinogen. I don't think you actually hallucinate unless you go to sleep and you dream. But you get some kind of head rush from it, like similar to LSD or something like that. According to that guy Hamilton, Vice Hamilton, the guy that takes all these drugs, and does it in a clinical setting or like an isolated setting to like journalistically like expose what those drugs do. You know what I'm talking about?
Right. Yeah. I've not heard of the exact guy, but I've heard of people doing that. Wow, I'm such an idiot. I just took them as directed, and I didn't have any LSD trips at all. I got them for free because I was sexually assaulted. You're telling me that I could have tripped for free, but instead I was just shitting my brains out.
It's called Niobe. It's like a cocktail. It's called Niobe, or at least in Africa, I believe it is. So you haven't heard of this? Efavirenz.
No.
It's I think it's efavirenz is the actual scientific name for it. That's not what you took?
I don't remember what I took. It was like 3 different pills, and they were all horse pills, and I'm not sure which one was making me shit. But
damn.
It was horrific. But I'm really angry at myself now, because if I had just Googled that, instead of just shitting my brains out, I could have taken a whole fistful at a time and tripped.
What's funny is if you just tried that, you probably wouldn't have tripped at all and just shot yourself even worse. Like, oh, hey, free trip, a gulp. Oh, great. Now I got to go shit until my brains are in the toilet.
I don't remember if we talked about this last time, but do you have a mystery novel out? This looks like a mystery novel, The Sign Vendetta.
Oh yeah, it's actually it's kind of more of a like.
It's more of a spy thriller.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. It's like a spy thriller with a reluctant woman whose husband was killed, who kind of gets roped into this sort of unlikely service for the for a sort of shadowy Bond figure from the British Empire, who's sort of leveraging her into working for them, and she winds up. Well, I'm not going to ruin the ending, but
okay, I'll check it out.
She foils a bomb plot in Paris. It's probably the shortest novel I've written. It was really fun to write. It's the first time I've written a novel in like under 3 months. It was just a lot of fun, and I wrote it basically because my friend told me to write something of the kind for his new little publishing house.
Okay.
What was the publishing house?
Oh, what was the publishing house, Ann?
Storm Rhino Books.
Yeah, Jamie Mason's outfit. He did a blurb for the Story of the Why.
Oh, okay, cool. So Phoenix is back. Are you okay, buddy?
So I got my inhaler, and I was kind of having a rough day, but I was like, a podcast might be the perfect remedy. So my inhaler is working thus far, so I should be okay for the rest of the night.
All right, good to hear, man.
Yeah, you missed the exciting shit, like me falling asleep.
Actually, I tuned in for a little bit and I saw that happening. I didn't realize you literally fell asleep. That's funny. Yeah. So yeah, I didn't want to leave you guys high and dry. That was really unexpected. So.
Oh, no worries, man. Your health comes first. But we appreciate it. Yeah. We're glad that you came back, and one of the guests we had on left, but we still got Ann here. She's talking about her work, and she's
I saw some of that.
Pickup artists and alt writers and all kinds of stuff. But
nice.
So I want to hear you two talk to each other for a little bit. What questions would you have for each other?
So I was curious about the cover for Life, and I saw a little bit of what that was about. I actually find that cover to be very visceral, and it's very intriguing actually, because I'm wondering like what the story is actually about. I mean, I heard you describing some of it. Yeah, I heard you describing some of it, which is like, well, and this is actually something I've tried to keep in mind when I struggle. It's like, well, yeah, people aren't acting that way just because like they're trying to like get down on you, but sometimes like you don't know what they're going through either. And I think it's hard to like keep that in mind. Like it's so easy to personalize stuff. And I try not to do that. Like it's easy to get like really paranoid and be like, yeah, it all sucks. But like, I mean, that doesn't make sense, but it's like sometimes hard not to see it that way.
Yeah, that's well put. I mean, I've been even though I'm writing a book warning against it, with all the crazy shit that's happened in my life, and then the corona happening right before I managed to pick up all the pieces and put them back together, it's really tempting to go, wow, the universe actually arranged for the whole world to come to a screeching halt just to fuck me again? You know?
Yeah. Well, because like, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to say, but then you go, nah, I'm probably not that important. It's just a coincidence.
Yeah. I sometimes wonder, because I think it's like deeply rooted in how people think. It's like one of our confirmation biases and probably a bias in general. And I wonder if we're just like hardwired that way. I heard you talking about evolutionary psychology and biology a little bit. And like, I'm just wondering if like, maybe we are hardwired to be illogical. Like maybe it's like easier to just be like, well, this is the reason, even if it may not be.
Yeah,
I don't even think it has to be that. I think it's like our freaking reason. It's like, even if the reasoning sound like we can never like test it against something other than our own reason, so we can be like wrong but still logical.
Yeah. What do you mean about that though?
That was basically it. I may have been thinking of something different than y'all were talking about.
No, you're good. Well, I was just curious. I wanted to give you a chance to expound if you wanted. I was a little bit perplexed on if you were saying like, we are hardwired, or it's more just like we don't always know how to like test our reason?
Well, it's like even if our reasoning is sound,
Okay,
it's still
totally.
trapped like within us. So like we could be completely logical, but completely like wrong at the same time about like.
Well, I totally, yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. I guess what I want to say is I'd want to make a distinction of like logic insofar as like maybe looking for evidence, so it wouldn't all have to be deductive. Because like the weird thing about logic, as you know, is like it's one of the problems in epistemology where we could like think that we're proving something, but we're really using the same method, such as reason. But it would seem like if we are illogical, like it would be easier to have a conspiracy theory or a conspiracy belief versus being like, I'm going to test this logic that I have right now against reason and some kind of method and some kind of evidence, if that makes sense. So I wouldn't want to assume that like our way of thinking is always irrational. At least I would hope it isn't. I mean, I guess it could be, which might be the kicker, but.
Wasn't it Thoreau? Go ahead.
I was just saying, you were asking about Jim Good before. I had a kind of similar conversation with him a while ago. I'm trying to remember the specifics, but basically, I think we were talking about, you know, how the news blatantly lies and people believe it because they want to go along to get along because that's how you survive. And humans, you know, we're clever creatures, but if you think about it, if you believe in evolution, like surviving, having your offspring survive to the next generation, it's not really a function of being perfectly logical and being right. It's often a function of fitting in with, we're social animals, so it's often a function of fitting in with the social environment around you. Because if you're completely right about everything, but you're so logical and the society you're in is so illogical that you can't get a decent job and no one wants to have kids with you, well, you're not going to pass those genes on. So, yeah, we might be hardwired to be just logical enough to figure out how to get food and shelter, but not so logical that, you know, when the mob is doing something completely stupid, you wind up standing in the way of the mob and getting killed, or B, just being so logical that you're paralyzed and you completely shut down. Because if you think about it, if you don't believe in God, which a lot of people don't nowadays, and you don't really believe in the society that you're in, which a lot of young people don't, you have to believe in some kind of bullshit, because otherwise there doesn't seem to be any point in doing anything. So, you know, being perfectly logical is probably maladaptive. And
well, I don't think the one thing I think that's leaving out is, and this is kind of getting into, you know, like we're obviously, like my religion would say it this way, is that like there is a way to be like completely right and to be logical and get the best outcome for the species. But the main factor that keeps us from that is, you know, some kind of like manipulation, because like a lot of the things that, like, you know, you're saying young people not fitting into society and people not being able to like succeed, even though they're perfectly logical, but they're just not following the crowd. To me, makes me think that the crowd at large could be manipulated by something that could actually, you know, be going against what's right and what like a minority of people are onto, but various like, you know, social actors or, you know, people above other people want it to be, you know, like so messed up for some reason. Basically, like it's a whole big conspiracy that things suck. That's where I'm going at.
I mean, I wouldn't want to assume that like, you know, people do organize in manipulative ways. I guess what I'm like hoping for though is like, I mean, it's kind of hard to express, but like I would like to have the truth. And I think the truth to me would be more important than just being like, I need to fit in this group. But I also wouldn't want that to be the only thing that I think, because then it's hard to make connections with people. So like for me, it's like always a tug of war and a balance with that, a balancing act, because, you know, like we want to fit in, but we also want to have at least I would like to have some degree of truth. And that's one of the things that pushes me anyway with like writing. I was surprised when I had someone tell me that he thinks that my writing is actually a search for truth rather than an escape. And I was like, that's interesting, because even when I'm trying to escape, I'm still focused on this path. It's so weird. I'm just pointing that out for the irony, because it's like there really are a lot of benefits to cohering to the group. But I think like sometimes it's easy to think that the most important thing is having an answer. And like it's hard to be like, well, maybe not in this case. Maybe I should scale back a little bit, and see how I can relate to others instead. So
that makes sense. I think to be a good writer, you just have to be preoccupied with, finding not your own brand of truth, but trying to reach something objective.
Yeah, well, wait,
Yeah.
so because I have two questions, Zach. So one is you think objectivity would be important, but then the other thing that I wonder too is if you could provide a teaser for is it Dinosaurs and Potted Plants? Is that what's coming out?
Yeah.
So is that book a search for truth, or would you describe it more as escape?
I would say completely a search for truth, especially
Okay.
because it was like right on the eve of me like converting to Christianity. So like I wasn't a Christian when I wrote it, but it's like the whole freaking book, like basically the spiritual transformation like in that book mirrors what happened to me like in real life later. And that for
Okay.
some reason keeps happening to me. It's like it never stops happening. And it happens in weird ways, like not just like religious ways, like sometimes like concrete, like actual event ways. So it's like freaking I need to like make sure everything I write is like good and happy, because it's like it's gonna freaking end up happening to me.
Yeah. Well, I was curious because I was wondering if you would define that kind of search as worth it. Do you think it's worthwhile?
Oh yeah, there's nothing else to really think about or
Okay.
care about.
Because I am interested in this piece of like, because I mean I'm relatively a younger person too. I mean you are, Zach, as well, and like I wonder if like you feel the similar alienation that Anne was talking about. Anne, right? Anne?
Are you still there?
I had to let her back in. Yeah.
Hey, sorry.
Hey.
I'm just getting into.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
I was tying it in because
interesting, and then I lost.
no worries. I was tying it into what you were saying about young people feeling lost.
So what?
So
wait, what was
because we were
Yeah.
talking about truth, and like, is that truth worth it, or like is it worth it to search for, or like does it come at a cost, that kind of you were expressing earlier?
Are you asking me or Anne?
Well, both of you,
Right.
but I was tying it into what Anne said about young people feeling lost. Like, is that the mechanism?
Yeah. Well,
Like, yeah.
I was kind of reflecting while you were talking. You were talking about more clearly about truth versus escapism in literature, and I think the best fiction is both at the same time. It's an escape from the meaninglessness of a lot of life, but it also kind of guides the reader and the writer as they're doing it to truth. But as far as yourself as a person, I mean, when I was younger, I used to think I had so much energy, I could have both. I could search for the truth and I could be personally happy. And that might not, as it turns out, that might not be true. I mean, my searching for the truth has caused me to miss out on a lot of personal happiness. For instance, wanting to write and have my friendships be genuine has actually probably cost me in my career as a writer, because I don't network, and it's all about networking now. But
I would actually say,
I thought that somehow I could not network.
I was actually going to say, and it might be my dang own egotism going forth, but it's like everything that you're describing, and you're saying that it's like costing you happiness in pursuit of truth. It's not necessarily on you. I would say the best thing a person can do is search for truth, but everyone else is kind of manipulated away from it, and in just certain ways, whether it be completely like the stupid institutionalized, like kids are sat in front of tablets, so they're never really going to expand their mind, and anyone who's like doing anything with thought these days kind of looked at as a weirdo. That's not on the people who are actually like doing the right thing, in my opinion. That's something that's just messing society up, and the people searching for truth just kind of realize that it's like you can't really go the other direction once you know you're on the right path. Is I guess what I would say.
I mean, I really like that and
Yeah.
identify with that in the sense of like the search for truth will come at a cost. And often like we see morality as being like something that's necessary, which I think it is. But I think the thing that goes with this is like we don't assume that it comes at a cost too. We don't assume that it means something to have a morality. This is why like even people that I strongly disagree with, I try to find a common morality only because like I want to be on the same page and I wouldn't want it to be like antagonistic to what they might perceive as being important to pursue. If that makes sense, where it's like, I don't want to assume that like I'm the only person that like would think that I have the answer, or, like would know what truth is.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to be able to relate to people and like kind of understand like their journey as well.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. So I guess I'm just wondering, like, we might be making generalizations, which is probably fine, but like the sense of like, do most people crave truth? Is that why like there's unrest, or is it more like most people are just manipulated out of truth and like they like never know what's going on because they've been manipulated? Like they're both kind of convincing ideas. I would just wonder what would win out. I mean, I think we would hope that truth would, but I just wonder if like sometimes people can't get there for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think it might just have to do with the kind of rebellious thing, because I believe that
That's true.
Truth can be gotten at, but people are always, for whatever reason, going to rebel, and hopefully they can come back to a sense of truth. But
Okay.
I think a lot of people, and it kind of ties back into like the dumbing down of America, where like there's all this knowledge and stuff out there, but the modern Zoomer and whatever is after the Zoomer literally rebel against that being there and just want to be, dumbed down and have aimless lives. It's like the answer's there, but they see it's like a freaking old person thing. And that's why I'm so anti-progressivism, is because I see like every deviation from like a certain point is just like one generation like messed it up, then the next generation messed it up, and the next generation like flipped it on its head but still messed it up. And that's kind of like where we are now. It's like extreme super I guess stupid it's a generalization, but like stupid capitalist type people in the 80s leads into like the kind of crazy wishy-washy millennial mindset, but they're both like seriously like off center. It's just it just doesn't make sense. It's like the rebellion, I think, is just a big part of people getting away from the search for truth. But then there are always people that like feed into the rebellion and feed into the youth culture. And that's why I think a lot of people, especially in Hollywood, if they're in any way like influencers on youth culture, it's like 9 times out of 10, they always have some kind of like manipulative agenda, in my opinion. And that's kind of like, I'm not bringing back up the topic Jeremy doesn't like to talk about, but that's why I really think a lot of it's worth investigating, especially occult things in Hollywood.
It's not just that I don't like it; our listeners don't care for it. I mean, it's just
the listener might be one person, and I know probably who he is. But
no, it's more than one, brother. I mean, so
some
Hey,
people
so
just
Zach-
don't like drama, and it comes up with it invokes a lot of yelling, but that's just kind of, I guess, the cost of like sitting on the internet talking to people about different things.
So
But,
go ahead, Jeremy. Well, I was just going to add on to Zach, but if you had something to say.
no, I don't. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Because I've been thinking about progressivism as a political movement, and I've been thinking about how like the original purpose was supposed to show that progress could happen. At least that was the original goal. So you get liberal-minded intellectuals like Steven Pinker who argue with data that like things are getting better, and a lot of people consider them like too optimistic, even with evidence. And so the thing that I wonder is like, did maybe we like stray from the idea that things really could get better in society, that poverty could be reduced, that violence would go down? Like, do you think progress could really exist on a political level, or at all, even if there was a different way in which that could happen?
I really don't,
because I understand what you're saying about like being critical of progressivism, because it becomes like kind of a shallow way of pushing agendas. But I honestly think a lot of politics is like that. But at least when I think about the original intention, it seemed like a lot of it was to help things become better. And I'm just wondering if you think that's possible, because it may not be in our world, but I just wonder.
I think there's two ways that you can look at it not being possible.
Okay.
One is obviously that, I would take the more religious stance, like we can't, humans aren't really, we're always going to fall over to some kind of like base evil desire, even if we don't want to. It's just like we kind of wake up, like it's kind of like the old saying that you never have to be like taught how to misbehave as a child. I think that's just gonna continue to progress no matter what the agenda is. But then getting away from that on like a practical sense, like even if you say that it's a given that it could happen, although I don't think it could, but if you said that it could happen, I think everyone with their own sort of having their own set of values, and it could be culturally, it's just people are never going to mesh together because there's always going to be one culture that has a completely different view of some kind of objective thing than another culture, and it just it's not going to happen because we're already so diversified as like a world that I don't think we can ever like really get past these differences. Like in certain instances we can, but you see today how much how many problems it causes. I mean, it's like racial tensions now are just like skyrocketing.
So I have a theory then or something I want to speculate then on that note about and Jeremy, I don't mean to hijack the show. Like if you have stuff to say.
I'm
okay.
I'm glad to hear you being active. Yeah.
So the idea is, because I really like the idea of diversity, but I think when we think of diversity, we often think of identity, which often like is attached to a culture or a society. But like when I think of diversity, I think of like maybe something more in line with creativity, where like you could look at literature from a political perspective and be like, oh, like they had this view and then this writer is definitely a leftist. And like you could have like these views, or you could be like, what's the actual story that they're representing? And I myself, when I read literature, I'm more interested in that component of creativity. Yeah. And so definitely. What I wonder is like, and I'm not sure how to like lay all this out, but my theory is like, it would be good if we could increase diversity for creativity, but not necessarily for all of these other political elements. And like, would you think that's true? And the reason why I would say that is because I think one of the beautiful things and one of the things that leads to novelty and to like change and progress is like differences of opinion, but it has to be done in such a way to where it's not like an ideology where it's just taking over like a meme, I guess in both senses of the word, where it's just like, that's all that people use to like pursue something. Rather, it's more just like, there are many ways that we can express beautiful things and we can use art as a way of doing that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. And I think it kind of goes back to what I was saying about the manipulation. It's like there is that beauty and diversity. Like when you you take it, to art, like, the art's there. It's like you can read a story from, a different culture and find like the universal beauty in it. Yeah. But the fact that there are people out there bent on hijacking it and turning it into this kind of like, ugly identity politics thing, when it's related to something that's supposed to be beautiful and universal, tells me that, these people know that goodness, I guess, in the art's there, but they don't care. They can't help themselves from like screwing it up, basically.
Ben, are you still awake?
No.
You haven't asked anything in a while, man. You haven't said anything in a while. Go ahead.
I haven't had anything to say, really.
Okay. Not even Dan?
Not really, no.
Okay.
Well, I guess I could ask about you said you recently put out a second printing of your translation of Octave Mirbeau's In the Sky.
Yeah, it's out right now. It's already out there.
I've read that, so I'm familiar with it, but tell people about that for anyone who's not familiar with it.
Well, the translation. This is a translation job, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't write the original text, but actually translating this book once in youth and then once better as an adult, this book actually kind of helped me learn to write. And in the spirit of what we're discussing right now, I don't have much patience for politics in literature, almost none at all. And actually, for years and years, I've first developed an allergy to the left, and then I developed an allergy to the right. Well, first I hated the right, then I hated the left, then I hated the right again. And a lot of it was just youthful contrarianism.
Did we lose you, Ann? I think we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fascinating, though.
Yeah, it's a fun
Yeah.
talk.
Because I would have been curious to see how she finished that. Yeah, I don't want to cut that off. So if she comes back on,
Yeah.
Yeah, In the Sky is a good book. You should pull that up on Amazon, Jeremy.
That
Okay.
cover for The Lonely Children of New York looks pretty
As
awesome.
far as I can tell, Ann's still here. I don't know if she stopped, she got quiet or what. But so what am I pulling up? In the Sky,
Yeah.
Lucy in the Sky. What?
No, just In the Sky.
Okay. All right, I had to step away for a brief moment too. Okay, In the Sky by Ann Sterzinger or Octave Mirbeau?
Yeah, pull it up under books. I don't think there's a Kindle version of it.
Oh, right. Okay.
yeah, thank you, Zach. So my friend Tabor did that cover.
you
your friend
know the
who?
cover artist who did that?
So that was my friend Tabor. So I really appreciate that. I'll let him know that you said that.
Wait.
He's
So,
talking about the lonely children.
Yeah,
of,
yeah.
New
okay,
York.
yeah. That, you know what? I didn't know that was in your catalog actually until I just saw it. I did,
Oh,
and that's
really?
like a 200-some page book.
Yeah.
I had found everything that you had written, but apparently I didn't know about that. So
No
It-
worries.
it's actually
Yeah.
sounds pretty fascinating. The synopsis. So it's about this guy who is watched over by, or he's a guardian angel, and he has some sort of abilities, like psychic abilities or something.
So he has the ability to become another character. So the way that I represent this in the book is by having first person narrative, which is his perspective, but then he'll dip into another perspective in first person, but it'll be italicized. So that way you know that there's Alex, but then there's his friends seeing Alex, and then it's the perspective of the friends seeing Alex. So yeah, so it was an interesting way of writing it actually, because I was trying to think about form and the importance of like the way that you write something versus what you're actually trying to say. And that was why I used that metaphor, because it was like, what would it be like if you could see someone else's perspective and like if you could represent that in writing? So
Oh yeah, that would be cool.
yeah.
So you're in this weird hybrid segmentation in your work where you mix, like, you can mix superheroes with like headier philosophical concepts. It's like, you know, in a real unheard of way, like you did with Mind Blade and like you did with that right there. And
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Well, I mean, I would say in terms of that. Oh, go ahead.
well, no, finish your thought and then I'll bring
So-
up Ann's.
Yeah. So I was just going to say that I really appreciate that. And the reason is because, like, as an example, when I write poetry, I could be thinking of poetry as a tradition, which I do. And I could be thinking of how people might read someone like Robert Frost or Allen Ginsberg or other poets. And I can imagine how they might see those poets. But there's a part of me that wonders if they would understand them in the same way that they find them interesting. And so when I write, again, this is interesting too with talking about escapism as well. Like, I do want the books to be fun to a degree. Like when I'm writing poetry, I want the rhythm to take the reader away, especially when they're listening to it or reading it on the page. And so I really appreciate that, because that's always my goal. Like, I really want to have that balance of like, what's exciting for me to write will hopefully be inspiring and exciting for someone else to read. And so to hear that those elements are effective actually means a lot to me, because it means people are relating to what I'm trying to do. I just think sometimes it takes a little bit of time, just because, as you said, like, I can be heady and sometimes too intellectual and forget the joy of creativity and like trying to tell these stories. Like when you read a comic book, you're not thinking about academia, right? Like you just kind of want to enjoy it. And so like it's good to have that balance, I think.
Okay, so now that you're back, so this is what you translated this. This is
Yeah, sorry. I'm thinking about the horror movie I'm going to make about phones that keep disconnecting. Yeah, I translated. I don't know what point my rambling got cut off, but the author Octave Mirbeau, a lot of his work is just barely on the side of political allegory that I can tolerate. Like it's almost too political for me. But In the Sky is this really beautiful statement about exactly what we're talking about: the cost of searching for truth and the personal cost of searching for art.
Yeah.
And it translating that book really taught me how to write. I mean, it
What
more
was the original
valuable than
language?
French.
French. And when was the writer?
Yeah.
Does it say?
Late 19th century.
Okay.
He was one of the writers who was with Émile Zola in trying to get Lieutenant Dreyfus freed in the Dreyfus affair. The German army officer, not the German, the Jewish army officer who was accused of spying just because people hated him because he was Jewish. Mirbeau was one of those. He was that period. He was like friends with Zola. He was in the Dreyfus affair. He was friends with the Impressionist painters. And actually, the fictional hero in The Sky is kind of based on Vincent van Gogh.
Interesting.
Yeah, some people find it a little melodramatic because they don't really understand the 19th century all that well. I thought it was.
Oh, I was just going to say, what inspired you to translate that specific book?
I started the project so long ago, I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, because I was interested in, and speaking of Zola, I was interested in this piece about politics. I just watched an episode on metal music in Loudwire, and it was an episode on politics in metal. And naturally, my thought on it would be, no, politics shouldn't be in metal. But I was interested in the way that he described it as being so related to it. And so I'll admit I'm a little bit stuck on it because I myself do not like politics and art, but I also see how it can be very powerful. And that's why I was interested in that book specifically, because I wonder what your takeaway of it was, which was like, was the politics effective for moving you in some way, or was it a distraction?
Well, I wanted to ask this. Do you think like the political aspect in something like metal be a purely like aesthetic? Like
well, yeah,
like other than like it actually doesn't make it more important, like it makes it like kind of, I don't want to say less important, but kind of makes it a little hokier, but at the same time it is like an aesthetic, like it's kind of cool.
Totally.
Yeah.
For something like metal, which is like totally intense, like it's really interesting to have this idea that it would also have this really sharp political message. And my thought with the politics is like, is there a way in which the politics can become a part of what you're actually saying? But the problem is that that's manipulative, right? Like, because that's at least my response. Yeah.
I just realized I'm phrasing it completely wrong. I shouldn't be saying I don't like politics in art. I should be saying I don't like ideology in art.
Okay, that's fair.
Because the political movement, and I just realized this. Thank you. The political movements of your time are things that people are going to be emotional about because they're often attached to disasters and killings and police shooting people and horrible things happening, and it's very emotional stuff that people live on a very personal level. And yeah, and I'm thinking about it, there are all kinds of songs that are about political things and wars and stuff, like when the Pogues covered Waltzing Matilda, that makes me cry. The problem comes in is when instead of capturing the individual experience and the way your emotions and your intellect interact with this, a lot of artists and a lot of successful artists, people who are successful largely because partisans want to have their book or their album on their coffee table so people on their team can see that they're really on their team and they got the stuff. Like, the problem is when instead of expressing that emotion and allowing people to have catharsis and grieve over awful things that are politically related that happen. Instead, you turn it into an argument for my side is right, and I'm going to write a fable about why my side is right. You know,
that's really powerful, and I think the reason is because that is more in line with the search for truth. Like, you're not trying to like read or write something because you want to manipulate someone to have the same perspective. You're trying to because that's what I think really good art does, is it opens up the world. Like, it opens up like new ways of seeing things. And I think we've lost sight of that in partisanship and in trying to force our views. And that's why I'm interested in Zach's project, because it also like does seem to be about the search for truth, like, and how like that affects us in our daily lives. So yeah.
Yeah, that very, very much so. And I think a lot of the reason that art is important in the search for truth is because often, and this is why I write a lot of fiction that has a lot of dialogue in it, I think, this is my instinct, a lot of the times the truth isn't something that you can just, and this sounds like a cop-out, but often the truth isn't something that you can just express in a sentence.
Yeah.
You know, like it's something
sometimes
that
I wonder if you can express it at all.
It's like that one poem by Stephen Crane. Truth is a whisper, a shadow, a phantom. Long have I pursued it, but never have I touched the hem of its garment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think I think you may really like In the Sky.
Okay.
I think
and it's available for Kindle. Is it available in paperback?
Yeah.
It is available in paperback. Yeah.
So I'm glad that you translated a book in the 19th century, because I kind of feel like the 19th century is seen as being really like prudish and kind of like straitjacketed. But like if you're reading Zola, and even though Zola was aligned with the avant-garde, like he's actually pretty radical. Like he's got a really radical aesthetic. And Zola wasn't even as radical as other 19th century or later writers, but even 19th century writers. So
Mirbeau was definitely in that vein. The Torture Garden is pretty gruesome even by today's standards.
Really, yeah. Well, and that's I think one of the powerful things about art is it can push those things. It can push the boundaries of what can actually be expressed.
Hang on, I got one that may top Torture Garden in terms of being like grotesque and everything. I've brought it up before, Ben. You probably you might know what I'm going for here, but I would bet this one.
Yeah, I knew you were about to have that.
Yeah, this
Portrait of an Englishman in his chateau.
Anybody else read it?
No.
I've got it on my list. It's been out of stock on Bookshop for a while. Last time I tried to order it, so I may just have to break down and buy it from Amazon.
It's very bleak and also very aristocratic. It's that aristocratic kind of debauchery that goes on as these people visit this man's chateau, you know. And it's after the war. A Russian girl is sacrificed, I believe, or raped by a squid or something. Yeah, very disturbing. No.
Did he beat the Japanese to that?
Yeah, you know, probably. I don't know. I don't know.
That originated in Japan with that famous painting, "The Fisherman's Wife."
Oh,
but I actually have another one of his books. It's called "The Girl Under the Lion's Mane" or something like that.
Really? Never heard of it.
Yeah, it's a Grove Press book that I bought from a used bookstore.
Huh. I'm looking for it. Nothing. Not showing up.
You may have to look under just the author's name, because I'm pretty sure I'm getting the title wrong.
Oh, okay. I can't even remember the author's name. I should by this point. But.
Just bring it's a pretty long name. It's hard to memorize.
Yeah.
But one of the more interesting authors, French authors that I recall is I can't remember what his either the real name is or the name that he wrote under his, but he wrote a book called "I Spit on Their Graves," and what it's about is he said that it was a translation of an American English novel by a black author, but it actually wasn't. It was just him writing under a pen name. And basically, the story of the book is about a mixed race guy who is white looking enough to pass as white, and he goes to a small town where his brother was lynched, and he's basically like in revenge. He basically just rapes and murders people.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty gruesome book, but it's pretty gripping actually.
You already had me at the title.
I spit on their graves. Yeah, it's actually there's actually a funny story behind that. It's not what the movie is based on at all. I spit on your grave. They just kind of took the title, but he did have a direct movie adaptation of that book, and I think it was just under the same name. I spit on their graves. And when he went to the premiere, he like absolutely hated what they did with the book. Apparently, he hated it so much that it gave him a heart attack and killed him.
Damn.
Holy shit.
Because like right after he stumbled out of the theater, had a heart attack, and then was taken to the hospital where he died.
Phoenix, like, okay, we might all freaking take our dang art like super seriously, but I think that dude has us beat. Like, we're never going to be on that level. Like,
Yeah,
we're all
no doubt.
kidding ourselves. Like, why are we here?
Well, I mean, I think there is something to be said about having an attachment to your art, because like it means something to you, you know, and like it'll mean more to you than it probably ever will to anyone else, you know. So like, and that's not bad, but it's just like no one else knows what you've been through. No one else knows what you've thought about and where you've gone in your journey, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I don't know,
I was having
oh,
a
go ahead,
very
yeah.
similar thought. Well, I said I was having a very similar thought while actually editing to Radiohead the other day, because I think Tommy York is a genius, and it occurred to me
the singer of the band
of Radiohead. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And you know, I was listening to him and kind of thinking about the personal things that might have led to him composing those songs, and I was looking at what I was doing, and you know, from the point of view of someone who, you know, is a very social writer and does the networking thing and wants to be thought of as original, like they may try to go out of their way to like do something quote unquote innovative by just being weird, you know, the sort of stereotypical modern artist who's like, you know, putting another toilet in a museum or whatnot.
Yeah.
But if you're actually kind of honestly making art and you're doing something as innovative as Radiohead, it's usually the outcome of like just a long ass conversation with yourself that you could never explain the totality of to anyone else, but it comes out looking like something unique. And you know, to more cynical fartists, they think that it comes out of trying to be unique.
Yeah. Well, and I so what you're talking about in my perspective is like the idea of the conceit. So like writing something for a specific end rather than just writing it for its own sake. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Because like with me,
Yeah.
like I write because I have to, you know, like my life wouldn't make sense if I didn't. And so like a lot of it for me is like, of course I want it to be innovative and original and all of this stuff. And I appreciate when readers engage, but I really feel like it's important, even though I can lose sight of it sometimes, like to write things because that's what I wanted to express, to not write it with a conceit, to not write it with a certain end game, you know? And I feel like through time, I've gotten more and more comfortable with that notion because, you know, no one's going to be interested in what you have to say if you're like trying to make them feel a certain way. Like people respond when you're manipulating them, and like they don't necessarily respond well, and like right, but it's like understandable why they wouldn't, because it's like who has time for another conceit, you know?
That reminds me, that's exactly like, and I don't really think this guy, he might not do it, but we had an author on here a while ago, and actually it was an author that you talked about liking, Phoenix, and that was my main gripe with his work. And I had talked about that on like a previous podcast.
Yeah.
And then when he came on, he said the first thing he said is, "I'm here to emotionally manipulate you."
Chad Lutz.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, let's see.
Oh, really?
I mean,
So
yeah.
I was called on my own bullshit.
Oh, so you
Wait.
admitted bullshit.
No, it's not.
Okay.
I was.
Oh,
Now,
it'll
down
be-
on the bullshit. Okay.
dude, no, because I loved Skullface Boy. So was it really a manipulative conceit?
No, I've only read Stirring the Sheets.
Okay.
So everyone tells me I need to read Skullface Boy. So I'm gonna
I
try.
feel like I actually listened to that episode and I heard him say that, but I thought that he was being completely ironic. Was that not
I mean,
true?
He was
Yeah.
responding to
Yeah.
he was joking.
Okay. But I mean, I still probably would have liked that book anyway. And actually, the reason why, ironically, I thought that it was so effective was because it didn't have a conceit. Like it's the most bare, raw language. Like even just looking at the sentence structure, like everything was just so raw and down to the basics. And like I think it's really hard, as I was saying earlier before my crisis with asthma, like the benefit of writing so straightforward is and not complex, like making your process too complex, is you can capture those emotions better. You know, if you're trying to have a complicated plot and like certain kinds of characters, like you kind of lose sight of that if you're trying to make it too complex and like edgy, you know?
Yeah.
And like Skullface Boy is just literally like the straightforward writing.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing that I struggled with thinking about the way that I was taught how to write. And I always rebelled against it. But it was this notion of like the form was the most important thing. And actually that can be useful depending on what you're writing. But I think the problem is you lose sight of why you're even writing. There's kind of an idea that you don't even write to express emotion or to express an idea. Like you write to express words, which is like weird, right? Like how does that work?
Yeah, I went through a stint of that in high school where I was big into the freaking like the people that were way more into like what you said. They were into like language and getting things across like through the language that were like kind of absent from a notion of the story. And I really kind of rebelled hard against that type of rebellion. Like it kind of annoyed me after a while, and the curtain kind of came off when like I was reading an interview with one of the people who was involved in that particular scene, and he got really disillusioned with it. And I think his exact words were, all this like scene produces is MFA graduates who write about writing. And it's like the truest thing ever.
Yeah, formalism, it can be interesting and make for some engaging things, but I feel like if you're just using it for the sake of itself, it doesn't accomplish anything. I mean, The House of Leaves is very heavily formalistic, but it also has a fun story underneath it. So it's not
I don't
just
think
like mental masturbation.
Yeah, that's true. But then also, I don't think a lot of these people would be like involved in this particular scene if it wasn't for the cool kind of hip aesthetic of it. Because for a while, like, you know, all the books have these freaking cool kind of Radiohead like covers and, you know, stuff like that. And I think it kind of got to a point where people were just writing for that aesthetic, and it became all about aesthetic, like even less than like what the book's going to be about, but too much the book is an art object.
So that
that's I don't mind the book as an art object, but I don't want to force the story from it.
Yeah,
right, and inside the castle, like that's a lot of what their books are. I mean, they're releasing one future book in quotation marks by B.R. Yeager, which is the way it's going to be released is actually as a pack of cards with, you know, the prose on it that you can arrange and read in any way. But then from what I've read of Yeager, I think he's, enough of a good writer to actually pull that off.
It sounds almost a little too abstract for me, but we'll see. I might, see what that's.
I kind of have because I don't like the dichotomy of emotion versus form, and I've struggled with that because I think that they're actually go well. I think they go well together. Again, it's like a spectrum. If like you're too far one way, then it loses its capacity to be moving. But if it's too far the other way, then it's too sentimental. And so like kind of an analogy that I have is, did you ever hear of the poet Charles Olson? I think he was part of the Black Mountain School. And I read his poetry. You have heard of him?
I've heard of the Black Mountains, so I think might have read him at one
I
point.
think it was Black Mountain. I can't remember. I get the movements confused, but I think it was Black Mountain. And so his writing from a formal perspective is very interesting. But I realized that when I was reading his book, it was like listening to someone slamming a guitar that's already out of tune. Like it was miserable. And I couldn't figure out that disconnect. I was like, well, he's doing all the right things with language, but this sucks. It was weird. And I don't think the writing itself actually sucks in terms of like what it's doing. But at least in terms of how I responded to it, I had a visceral reaction of like, yeah, I can't relate to this. And I think that's the problem with a lot of at least like formal poetry. Like if I was going to read Robert Frost, he's using the form and he is using it very well and formalistically, but there's still this emotional appeal, like, stopping. And it may be a little bit more traditional to say that, but I would prefer Robert Frost over Charles Olson, because Charles Olson, I have no idea what he's saying. But then at least with Robert Frost, I get this nice imagery going and some like beautiful emotions, and yet he's still using the language. So I think the tendency to make language too chaotic, even though I like the idea as an abstract idea, I think it limits what we can do with words. Again, it's kind of what I was saying about like having too much tradition versus like too much of a lack of tradition. So like you have to have some degree of a balance, because sure, you can break the rules, but don't just do it to look cool, like, so.
Yeah, that's very well said.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. And that's why they also, like, I think that's sort of where the phrase, you have to know the rules to break them, where that comes from. It's sort of like, like abstract painters, a lot of them, there's this like, my kid could do that. But the thing is, like, a lot of abstract painters, the good ones, they actually like put a lot of work into, traditional painting in order to, take is like, okay, so how can I take this work and take this image and just break it down into like the basis of colors and lines and so forth. Yeah.
No, I like that idea. I actually think of Jackson Pollock because one friend jokingly referred to them as splatterpunk, which I thought was a disservice because I don't see that at all. But I think that's a similar idea. Like, I don't assume Jackson Pollock was just making stuff up. In fact, he was really trying to convey his emotions at the time, which was like mania, right? Like, he was trying to convey these things that weren't easily expressed and that required chaos. So
yeah, that reminds me of that poem. That play read by not John Langan. Let me look it up. Continue on. I've got
what kind of play is it?
It's called Red by.
You talking about
is that
Red
by Ann
Jack
Carson?
Ketchum?
No,
Ann Carson.
Jack Ketchum, the dog.
No. It's a play about a painter. I think it's about Rothko.
Oh, gotcha.
And it's pretty much about all that.
But yeah, I mean, that kind of ties back to In the Sky, because, In the Sky is loosely based on Vincent van Gogh, who for his time was, of course, quite radical. He was, he died broke, if I recall correctly, because, at the time people thought he was too weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing that bugs me about that, I'm not saying that the suffering is like a justification, but it's like people still dismiss him because he's not radical enough. I'm just like, well, I think what he went through is enough,
Yeah, I mean, I've had a print of skeleton smoking a cigarette on my wall for years. So
is that by Van Gogh?
Yeah,
I don't think I've seen that one. That's cool.
Yeah, that was him sort of making fun of the way the Academy was having them draw or like a paint from from like skeleton figures and such.
That's kind of why I think we have skewed ideas of visionaries, though, because like we assume that to do art, you have to be some kind of genius. But I mean, what if art is the way that you convey these things that you feel that you can't immediately convey in other ways? And then to still be rejected is just like crazy to me, because like Edgar Allan Poe, as we know, went through the same thing. And I think the problem is we kind of romanticize it now, but we don't realize, like, even they were a visionary at the time too. It wasn't just now. Like they saw things in a different way that like they couldn't explain and that nobody understood. You know, because there is a balance of like, you don't want to, again, to go to truth, like you don't want to just like always be inaccessible. Like you want to try to like bridge that gap, but sometimes these things become so self-contained that you kind of do become isolated and there's no other way to express it, you know? And so it comes out in like ways that people don't understand. And I don't think that requires like being a visionary or being a genius, you know? I think it's more just like, yeah.
I was going to say that was actually put very well in a book called Crisis of Our Age, called by Peter Sorkin, of the emphasis on his argument when talking about art is that like the further we get into modernity, and by his estimation, the further into full-blown like sensate culture, is that we become so obsessed with technique and form that we and it completely parallels an obsession with like materialization or being like a material culture in general, whereas all the best art like was produced in an ideological time when people were less worried about the material world and more like, I guess, in tune with their emotions. And so they were able to get that across, like get the emotions across better while still being formal because it was a discipline. And that's why we studied them as the masters and just kind of like replicate them this day and age, even though we're in a way kind of like doing better formalistically. We're still not producing any masters.
I mean, I suppose one could argue that that's determined in retrospect and not necessarily, you know, at the time. I mean, Shakespeare now is regarded as the, as the greatest, writer in the English language. But during his time, I mean, he was basically just the equivalent of a director of popcorn movies.
Yeah. Hey, Jeremy, I finally found that play. Can you pull it up on Goodreads?
Yeah. What is it?
It's Red by John Logan. That's one that people definitely need to add to their to read lists. It was very good.
If people need to?
Huh? No, people just listening to get like book recommendations.
Okay.
Hey, so Ben. So speaking of, go ahead.
I was just going to say this whole discussion reminds me of two people's ideas. One of them is Howard Bloom. He's kind of a science writer. He was Michael Jackson's publicist. He was a music publicist. He's one of those really brilliant, odd, sincere people who's done just about everything. And he has this sort of theory of the human race as a superorganism, and any species, well, any society really is a superorganism. And you know how I was shooting my mouth off earlier about how the search for truth is maladaptive, but actually it may be only then you got to wonder, like, why are there still people who want to search for truth? You would have thought all those genes would have died off. Yeah. But if you put it in terms of the idea of the superorganism, like I think he kind of explains it this way. Your body is kind of a superorganism. Like all your different kinds of cells, millions, billions of years ago, used to be different, smaller creatures that sort of colonized together and eventually became mammals and then you. So your body is kind of a superorganism made up of all these mitochondria, etc. And in the same way, a society is kind of a superorganism made up of individuals. And as an individual, not going along with the crowd is maladaptive, and you might not actually leave children behind if you're like a sort of Van Gogh type of visionary who's just searching for the truth and doesn't care what people think and maybe doesn't leave any children behind. You still have relatives, and the DNA that created you is still going to be around. But the superorganism will survive, and those sorts of visionaries help the superorganism sort of evolve. And so there is a place in evolution for seeking truth, but unfortunately, you kind of have to be philosophical about it, because it often results in not being successful either commercially as an artist or, you know, as an organism having offspring. And this, it kind of reminds me, it kind of ties into a random YouTuber who vlogs about being autistic that I was listening to the other night, because it's been suggested to me that maybe I'm like I have Asperger's or something. So I've been listening to these videos to, I don't know. I think self-diagnosis is a dicey place to go, but I'm interested. And one of these YouTubers was unwittingly talking about something that tied in very neatly to Howard Bloom's idea of the superorganism, when he was talking about how people who are autistic are not natural born leaders. They're people who come up with ideas way before their time. And, you know, going back to Nikola Tesla, probably some form of autism, not very social, got ripped off by Edison. It's only now that he's getting his just dues. He was way ahead of his time, like Van Gogh was, didn't get credit for it, but did help the superorganism that he was part of see the world in a new way, and, you know, probably enriched all kinds of shitbag phony artists that came after him. But, you know, to make a little beauty, you got to break your own eggs, I suppose. But
I know I kind of already. Oh,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I already know. I know that I already asked this, but I was curious. Like, is that search and that cost worth it? Because I would assume it is, but obviously, if you're living it, it's like, is it worth it though? Like, should I be doing something different?
I don't.
And it's.
I wish I had done something different with my life, but at the same time, I don't think I could have.
Are you talking in terms of writing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I should have, you know, apprenticed as a carpenter and made a decent income. I should, or I should have, like, sold my soul to the advertising agency when I had a chance. Or I should have, when I got a job in a newspaper, I should have pretended to be a feminist and gone along to get along, and not been obsessed with shooting my mouth off about what I thought was reality. Because, you know, all it's gotten me is poverty and obscurity and misery. But at the same time,
but you've done it anyway.
I've done it my way. I can still look in the mirror and go, I'm still the same person. Like, I recognize that person. I still have, you know.
Yeah. Cue the Sinatra song.
I actually don't know what that reference is.
My way.
And you know what? The best cover of that Sinatra song was sung by 18-year-old Sid Vicious right before he died.
No, you're right. Yeah, go ahead.
So that's a really appropriate. That's like the perfect song to bring up, because the biggest fan of that song, sang it and croaked.
You know what? I might close out with that song, actually, now that you mention it.
I was gonna say I think I understand the reasoning. Well, I think I understand what you're saying. And when I think of evolution, I think of course, it's the cliche, but survival of the fittest and struggle. And so I think part of the reason why a lot of people have trouble with this kind of abstract space that we've been talking about is because it's really hard to survive. Like, and I'm not suggesting that these abstract things are divorced. In fact, I think that they're ever more inextricably bound up with everything that we do. But I think most people just don't think that it's worth the cost, maybe, or they don't even think it's worth it to think about it. And I think that's why you get these weird outliers who, like, just speaking historically, like, you get people that didn't really know what to do with it except to express it anyway. And maybe the goal of the superorganism is to integrate that, but it's not on our time scale, you know, like the best ideas, the good ideas that will make things better will win out and they'll work, but we're not necessarily going to see that. I mean, even with thinking about changes in, like, I think it's changes in DNA or something. I can't remember the exact specifics, but it's like, it's just, humans do evolve, but they don't evolve at the individual level. Like, it kind of has to be this collective thing. And it's so interesting because usually when we think of these outliers, we think of individuals, right? But what if they are, like, just representing, like, this larger whole? that we don't see sometimes.
Okay, I've got one thing to bring up that's going to like tip all this, or at least in my opinion, it tips it on its head. We're all coming at this talking from a very like humanistic standpoint, like, or I don't know if humanistic's the right word, but we're coming at it from a literary, like artsy standpoint, and we believe in finding objective truth. But, and this might just be me speaking from my own experience, like I will say that I want to do that in an artistic manner, but when it comes to like progress and like fundamentally changing things on either a scientific level or a technological level to the point where it gets into, you know, kind of creepy territory like transhumanism, but that is the ultimate goal of the progress, my response is like, you know, I just want to live a simple life and be happy. But then when we're talking about this humanist or this, I guess, literary stuff, I want to go as like far as I can to the truth in that, even if it means alienating myself. So are we like kidding ourselves thinking that we're actually getting to any like
well, I think we do, but I think we don't necessarily see it though, because we can't predict the future. We don't know. Like the best analogy that I have for my own writing, and it's a little bit sentimental, but I'm like, I just want to like write something that like someone reads 100 years later, some kid, and they're like, dude, like I need to write the great American novel, and like it's like they can do that because this other life existed. They can do that because someone else wrote something that impacted them in a positive way. And it's cheesy, but I wouldn't even assume that would happen in that way. But it would just be like, yeah, like I inspired someone 100 years from now. And like, who knows what that could lead to as well. I think part of the difficulty for me is I want to see these things as being very linear. I want to see them as following a specific progression, but I don't think they do. And I think that's why it's like hard to make choices it's hard to choose truth because we really want to see the outcomes. We want to see the results. And I think in our lifetime, we won't. And I wouldn't want to assume we never do. I wouldn't want to assume that it's always suffering as well, because I mean, I have found a lot of enjoyment in what I've been doing as an example, but I just couldn't presume to know like what it would actually lead to.
Right. Well, I mean, doing it usually makes you happy. I mean, that's why it becomes your religion. And I think that's why some artists take their art more seriously than others, and others see it as, you know, a way to get laid or get paid or whatever it is they're doing. I think, as I was saying before, if you were perfectly logical all the time, you'd be paralyzed and probably just starve to death sitting there.
Yeah.
So everyone needs a little bit of religion. So, or I'm probably using that term really loosely, but some sort of thing that doesn't necessarily logically, materially benefit them, but makes them feel, however illusory it is.
Higher power.
Like sometimes you just, higher power, something that makes you feel like your life has some kind of meaning outside of eating, sleeping, and I was going to say fucking and shitting, but some people actually make their religion out of fucking or eating or shitting. Which, you know, whatever floats your boat. But if
stay away from the shitting religion.
Those people who are into the shitting religion, I don't trust them. They're blasphemers. But, you know, there are people who are talented in the arts, but they find their meaning in life elsewhere. So, you know, it's perfectly fine for them to like network and get paid and sleep on the casting couch because it's not the thing that they're leaning on.
Yeah, no, that's true. Actually, I was just thinking about how people don't understand the idea. Most people generally don't understand the idea that when someone's doing art, it could actually be part of their well-being. Because I think in our society of commoditization, we see it as just something you do because like you want to. It's not anything that has immediate value, which I think is corrosive, but I think it's hard to avoid. If things are based off how many books you sell, like that's a miserable way of looking at it because you'll never sell enough, you know?
Yeah, that was actually another thing in that book that I endlessly spurg about the crisis of our age, where in a very ideological or ideational, I can't remember the word, time period, the artists will not be seen as a separate group from from society, but in a heavy sensate culture, it becomes sort of like a vocation because, and that's why you get an artist class. No matter if it's above or below, like even if it's just starving artists, they see themselves as separate from, I guess they'll always say, the general herd, whereas in an ideological time period or a culture, the artists are serve a fundamental part of that culture. And sometimes it goes as far as that they don't even sign their work. As authors, we always put our name on our work, but it's back then they don't see it the same way. They see the art as somehow uplifting society rather than kind of I guess being standoffish against it. It's really confusing because the way we see it is it's both standoffish but helpful at the same time.
Well, I mean, I think part of the difficulty is why would we spend our life doing something that's meaningless? Of course we wouldn't. Yeah. So it's this absurd kind of thing where so it's just a weird tension because it's you feel like you have to justify writing, you feel like you have to justify art, but as you said, there could be a perspective where that art is necessary for society. And I don't know, I mean, it makes sense if you're talking about materialism and a sensate culture. I'd be curious to know how that kind of developed because obviously as writers and artists, we're not saying that engineers, aren't creative. We're not saying that engineers don't keep society going, as an example. But it's also could it also be respected that there may be this other component to reality that we're trying to tap into? Is that fair? Because I think it's easy to get this idea of utility where it's it has to have immediate value. But I think some of the things that are most meaningful don't have that immediate value, right? It's something that takes place through time.
Well, I would go back and say it's that manipulative sense in that we only see things valuable as if it helps us with creature comforts.
Yeah.
And people are, I would say, being manipulated away from seeing that something could have that intrinsic value. It's it doesn't just have it wasn't the same way before, but it is now. And it's because we just pushed ourselves as a culture here. It's not that engineers and whatnot couldn't be creative, good individuals and obsessed with their art. It's just a lot of us know that they won't. Of course, there are exceptions. There are probably engineer authors who've written way better books than me, but it's almost intuitively we know that that's not going to happen because that person put all their eggs in that one basket for that one reason, and they completely shut off everything else. That might be too narrow of a
No.
That's kind of where I'm at right now.
I think about your critique of science, Zach, and and I think I've seen this argument play out. I just can't recall the sources right now, but the idea that science actually, or I should say scientism, the idea that everything can be reduced to a law, everything can be reduced to something very specific scientifically, to materialism, that does seem to be the paradigm of our values. And it's weird because science itself is about progress. It's about, if you're thinking about medicine, it's about to make people well. If you're thinking about it in terms of technology, it's to help bring comfort and joy to people in some way. But if we reduce science to a very narrow kind of caricature, then we end up believing that that's all that there is, kind of thing, where everything is about the material world. There's nothing outside of that. And it's really hard in that kind of society to prove that there's anything valuable in anything else, anything creative or unexpected. Or, I mean, if you even think about how Hollywood works now, it's low hanging fruit, but they're not really creative. And part of it is because they can't be creative. And part of it is probably because of our culture. We don't really allow for people to take risks. And I want to understand the economic reasons for that of it's really hard to imagine that artists could maintain the economy. But I also feel when people make arguments like that, they miss the point because we can't pretend that art doesn't have a cost, but that cost can potentially mediate some of the other costs. To give someone's life meaning is a really powerful thing. If someone has meaning because they read certain books, I think that's very meaningful too. but we don't know how to quantify that, especially if it's about utility.
I would say that a lot of people do know how to quantify it. They just, for whatever manipulative reason, don't want to.
So, guys,
maybe it's just because I think everyone thinks like I do. I don't know.
So, guys, I really appreciate everybody coming, but I still have to take care of some things before I go to bed. And normally I'd be up for going 4 more hours, but these things are kind of important. And Phoenix, do either one of you want to come back on a semi-regular basis? Maybe, depending on how many guests we have, kind of working you in beside them to offer perspectives in place of our former co-host. I don't know. Do either one of you be interested in that?
Sure. This is really fun.
So I really enjoy it. I'm hesitant to commit, but I would like to be a part of the show in some way.
So a semi-regular. What?
That's probably her phone again.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Phoenix, you don't have to become a full out-and-out co-host or anything.
Okay.
The limit is 6 people in a video call on StreamYard anyway. But we could work you in when it works, for our guests where we don't, where we're not running low on slots or something,
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate the offer, and I love coming on the show. I find it interesting. I'm kind of sad that people are trying to stigmatize it, honestly, because it's like if they actually listen to what we've been saying, there's a lot of openness to like different ideas, different perspectives. Like it may not all be perfect, but like since when is anything ever perfect, The
reason they're like that is because they're jealous because they're bald and ugly.
Don't take those people too seriously.
I have a feeling that the hoes are going to hone in on, Ben fell asleep on the live stream.
Yeah, but notice we were laughing about it too. It didn't bother anything. Marty Lang fell asleep on Howard Stern, and it was like one of the best shows ever. It's not a big deal. Now, it was a big deal when Daniel Gonzalez did it because we were doing a different show then. But now it's things are so loose and flexible now that I can just work that in and make it a saving grace of the show. It just doesn't matter anymore. We were trying to take things more seriously when Daniel and I did a show. So, but no, everything's cool, and I appreciate everybody for coming out. I was going to close out with Sid Vicious My Way, but Warner Brothers, I know that they would copyright claim it, and block it in region. So I'm going to close out with one of my own numbers. And if you hear this, we're getting ready to leave, so no point in coming back unless you just want to hear the music up close. But thank you for coming on again. And Phoenix, do you have any new books on the horizon?
So Separation Healing and Rogue were both published through HSM. I'm very excited about that. And I'm really proud of Rogue because I like the kind of way in which it continues the development that I've been making with some of my other poetry books like Separation Healing. So I think they go very well together. So yeah, and if they want to go to my YouTube channel, I've been making more YouTube videos. I got some nice equipment, so I've been making more YouTube videos, and there's always my author page. I've got plenty of books, and so yeah.
What's your YouTube channel? Phoenix what?
So I don't know how they can pull it up if they just type in Phoenix, because Phoenix is a broad word. Yeah. So they probably have to type in my given name, which is Stephan Herd, Stephan Heard, and it'll come up with Phoenix, the Phoenix kind of symbol. It'll be my photo or something, and then they should be able to follow the link. So, okay. And they can still type in Phoenix with that. So,
okay, I will too. I think if I'm not already subscribed, but I appreciate it, brother. We all do, and not bad for a first show with minus Gregor. So
yeah.
But
I miss Greg, but
yeah. So you remember him, right?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Okay, well, thank you guys, everybody, for coming out. I'm going to close with a different song since Warner Brothers would probably block this video if I played that my way. So, all right. Later, guys. I'm setting up the audio thing now, and I'm refreshing.
All right. Talk to everyone later.
See you, Ben.
Talk to you later, man.
I'm
See
going
you,
to plug
Zach.
my books again.
Okay.
Indie Rock Cabin, August 30th, which Jeremy gave 5 stars to.
First
And-
5-star
Okay.
review.
Yeah,
Pop the
first
5-star
5-star
cherry.
review. And then Dinosaurs and Potted Plants, which he gave 3 stars to.
Yeah, my poetry book, Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah, is set to come out July 10th.
Nice.
All right. Thank you, guys.
See ya.
Yep. See ya.
All right. Bye.